this regular meeting of the San Marcos City Council to order. Today is Tuesday, March 3rd. It is 6 p.m. Ms. Trevino, would you call the roll?
Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Baselk.
Here.
Ms. Garza.
Here.
Mayor Houston.
Here.
Mr. Scott.
Here.
Mr. Mendoza.
Here.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
We have a quorum present.
Okay, our invocation. Our pastor is here. Hold on a second. Got to get my paperwork straight. Our pastor this evening is Darius Todd of Abundant Life Christian Church. He will provide the invocation.
Let us bow. Heavenly Father, thank you for another day that you have made, a day of making our voices heard, a day of gathering them together in unison, though their tenor and voices and tones may vary. Father, in this time of war and change in the earth, we ask that you would weave us together in the harmony of humanity that only you can orchestrate. We ask that you grant us wisdom to lead, for you promised that if we ask, you would give us wisdom liberally. Therefore, I ask that you direct us in our decisions and for every individual who calls this city home, abides here, visits, and serves in this vicinity. Thank you for your guidance and your grace. We will follow. It is in Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Next, we have our pledges of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. First up is our citizen comment time period. City Council hears citizen comments at regular meetings, work sessions, and workshops. There is a process to sign up. For those of you online, when it's almost your turn, there's going to be a pop-up question on your screen, and you must respond to it in order to participate in citizen comment. Speakers may speak once during citizen comment time and may not yield time to others. If you speak now about a public hearing topic on tonight's agenda, I ask that you not repeat exactly the same comments again during the public hearing on the same topic. When it's your turn to speak, state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes. When you begin speaking, the timer will display green. When you have 20 seconds left, the timer will show only yellow, and there'll be a little ping sound. When your time to speak is up, the timer will be red and a bell will ring. If you hear a popping sound, step back a little from the microphone. We will all appreciate it. The mayor and council will endeavor to ensure that meetings are conducted in a courteous manner and in an atmosphere free of defamation, intimidation, personal insults, profanity, or threats of violence. If you do any of those, you'll hear the gavel. I will ask you to leave the council chambers. This is your warning. We have 45 people signed up, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to call 5 names at a time. If I have called your name, that means be ready over here near the podium. When we get down to there's 1 person left, I will call the next 5 names. If you do not step forward when your name is called, I will circle back through the entire list calling anyone who didn't speak earlier. So the first 5 are Tori Martin, Michael Martinez, Aslan Hollier, Mike Harper, Amber Lunsford. I'll apologize in advance if I mispronounce your name. Are any of those folks whose names I just called, are they here? Tori Martin, Michael Martinez, I think, is Alton online? Okay, Mike Harper and Amber Lunsford. Okay, we'll go to Aslan, but since these folks aren't here, I'm going to call the next 5. Crispy Polanco, Corinne Loperfido, okay, I'll go back. Kendra Leposer, Elizabeth Emberson, and Matt Garrison. I see Tori is here, so she will go first as she was signed up first. Then we'll go to Aslan online, and then we'll go to this 5 I just listed. It is your turn, and if we could get everyone in the lobby, if you need to have a conversation, please go outside. The glass is not soundproof and it echoes in here. Thank you. Your turn.
Tori Martin. 6 months. 6 months. My plan was to always be here because, once again, the only thing I can legally give you is my time. So out of respect, I wanted to come here for all the time that you have to be here, because that's just the type of man that I am. But there are 2 items on the agenda that, Houston, we have a problem with. You are elected to represent us. How are you going to do that if you're not listening to us and hearing what we have to say? I know you want to think people can get their point across in a minute, but for people like me, I assure you, I couldn't sum up the impact of something turning my world upside down would have and give it a fraction of the justice it deserves in a minute or less. Let's even say 4 minutes, adding the agenda item for a +3, unless you're trying to shorten that too. Giving it 4 minutes, it still wouldn't be fitting. So I know you want to think people can get their point across in a minute, but for a lot of people and people like me, there's a lot of us, it would be robbing us. Secondly, do not put data centers under business park. You know darn well you would be moving in the opposite direction as the community wants, especially when we are talking about a proposed data center that is bigger than almost all other data centers that are currently built in Texas. I wrote this outside, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to check again. Michael Martinez. We will go to Aslan Hollier. I'm not sure which. We can see you. If you'll unmute, you can start your 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening. I'm Aslan Hollier at 210 Wild Plum. I'm here to discuss my opposition to item 14, limiting public comment to 1 minute rather than 3. I understand the reason for bringing it up. Hearing from people until 2 or 3 a.m. has got to be exhausting, especially if you've already made up your mind, working another job, or own a business. But that risk is kind of what you signed up for, and how often does it really happen? I think it shows the passion, support, and care people have in the community. I was here for the data center vote and did not speak because I felt there was enough people to sign up to say the same thing, but maybe invested in some other way. So I became a body to visually show support for others. Community came together and had good fun time during a serious and suspenseful moment, and that should be encouraged and should help you make your decisions easier. That's why I suggest limiting the total amount of speakers or the total length of time. Encourage people to come together on a speech, have a few dedicated people to take certain points and mention X amount of citizens agree with what I said and have signatures. Have a quick form outside where people can easily log their opinion. And during that vote, I heard that you didn't know how many people were out there. And I think it's important to know where citizens stand on important issues. And sometimes people get emotional and passionate on things. And I think that can say more than words. And those moments shouldn't be rushed. We already feel like a herd of cattle waiting in line to be branded, so don't whip us through. I'm trained to pitch a business in 30 to 40 seconds every single week, and I always find it as a challenge. I can't imagine being personally and emotionally invested in an important issue and being limited to 1 minute. If my suggestions don't work, then perhaps somebody else has a better one, or it shouldn't be changed. And that's why I oppose item 14. And I would also advocate for City Council to have paid staffers to offer some relief or added benefit for your service. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Crispy Polanco.
Crispy Polanco. Controversial rapper Eminem once said, "Will Smith doesn't have to cuss to sell records, but I do." The great and powerful Jane Houston says she doesn't need 3 minutes to make a point in front of City Council, but some of us do. So where does that really leave us? 2 weeks ago, I thought something really good happened, and I had been wanting to come up here and do something completely different than this. And then just 5 days before the meeting, I find 2 items on the agenda, One of them had to be pointed out to me, and the details of which had to be unburied from way down in the packet where it was hidden for anybody to even be aware of it. Some of my friends don't see any malicious intent behind some of this after last week and how long that night went. I can't help but see anything but malicious intent. The people have a right to be heard. I'm going to disagree with the previous speaker. Even putting a cap or on the amount of time for speaking or the number of people, it's completely counter to what your job is, which is to listen to the people. This is what you signed up for. You need to sit up there and you need to listen to us. It does not matter how long it takes. We could be here from 6 p.m. till noon the next day. It is your job. If you can't handle it, well, you could always choose not to run, or even better, just resign. Resign and go to your day jobs and earn your money and stay home and let somebody who really wants to do the work of the people sit up there and do the work of the people. I get it. Jane is retired. She's doing this public service gig out of the kindness of her own heart. She might get cranky if she's not home in time for bed. I get cranky. I love my naps. But this is ridiculous. And it's just a blatant attempt after being forced to vote against a developer to just do a complete end run around the people so that you don't have to listen to us and you can just vote the way you want. I could go on further, but there's more I want to say about item 10 on the agenda later tonight, so I'll be back.
Our next speaker is Corinne Loperfido.
Hello, everybody. I just wanted to say that everything that he said is completely accurate. You guys are paid to be here, and the audacity to try and limit our time, this is your job. It is not our job as citizens to try and have you guys do your job correctly. We already have to have our full-time jobs be activists against this shit, and now we are trying to have our voices limited. And so,
Watch your language.
my apologies. We're very upset. We're beat down, and you continue to beat us down. And we were so grateful to see all of you that voted against the data center last week, and we were so disappointed about the 2 people that voted for the data center. And I think tonight people have the opportunity to change their vote, right? You guys are going to vote on this again tonight and have the official thing? Okay, you're shaking your head no. Well, either way, there's other data centers that you have the opportunity to say no to. And all of this going on, we're in World War III, people. We're literally in World War III, and you are trying to sell our water. There's 5 data centers that are trying to be built here. We don't even have enough water for the people, let alone 1 data center, let alone 5 data centers. And now you're trying to do this thing where you basically are oh, let's just not let them speak. Let's shut up the citizens, and then let's make this thing where they don't even get to speak on it because we're just going to pass it behind their backs. What water are you guys going to drink? What city are you going to provide or preside over when there's no people here because there's no water to drink? Beyond the water, the noise pollution. I've been seeing all these accounts coming out from people that have data centers built by them where people are I can't think, I can't focus, I can't sleep, the noise, the hum, the vibration of this building. And the audacity that you guys are going to even allow the Carsons to propose their data center, and they're oh, well, we set aside a certain amount for conservation or whatever. Who wants to go to a park between a data center and a power plant? Would any of you guys want to go to a park there? No, I don't think that you would. In fact, I think that you would rather go to the river. If any of you guys even do go to the river, do you? Because, the fact that we're still having to be here talking about all this stuff kind of gives me the impression that you don't really live like other San Martians. And the reason that we live here is because of the nature. And so once again, the AI bubble is bursting. Over the past 48 hours, 9% of the users of ChatGPT have deleted the app over the past 48 hours over the war in Iran. Because guess what? OpenAI is colluding with the US government to use AI to send bombs to kill people. Are we going to be next? They're coming after dissenters. Are we, the people that dissent against the AI data centers, going to be targeted by the very data centers that are built in our town to take us down? We are human beings. We are also operating under human supremacy, and it's disgusting. Like, there is no business without water, and there is no data center on a dead planet. Think about that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Kendra Leposer. Did we get this right?
Hello, my name is Amber Lunsford. I was called earlier.
Yes, you were.
Is it okay to speak now? Okay, hi, my name is Amber Lunsford. I live at 1312 Baylor Avenue here in town. I'm here to speak on the agenda item to limit public comment time. As someone who very rarely feels heard in our government settings, whether it's local, state, or federal, I was really happy to see how many people showed up 2 weeks ago at the city council meeting. And hearing from all the people is not only an opportunity for us to inform you, it's also an opportunity to inform one another so we can all stay up to date about the things happening in our town. I think it's no secret that most of the public has no idea what is happening in our city, is not informed enough about anything, and is very sadly apathetic even at the polls. We have very low voter turnout. And so I think this is not a time in our history to try and limit the time that citizens have to comment when really it's such a small percentage anyway. When I talk to people and I say, oh, you should come to city council, they're like, what? What do we do there? Like, how do I sign up? They don't even know how to be engaged. And then when they hear about that, they're like, that makes me really nervous because I'm not educated. I don't have a degree. And then if they hear, oh, you have 1 minute to say something impactful that sounds smart, it's very intimidating. 3 minutes is already intimidating. I know quite a handful of people that want to speak and they don't. They get nervous. They don't know what to say. Sadly for some people, interacting with governments and authority is triggering on an intergenerational level for people that feel traumatized by our United States government, namely Indigenous peoples and certain minorities, especially in the political climate we have right now in our entire United States government. And so we don't want to feel more limited in the say that we have as citizens. We don't want to feel like we can't even trust our local government. I don't feel like I can trust our federal government right now. I felt like that for a long time, but I think now a lot of people are waking up to that. We want to have the bare minimum of feeling like the city we belong in represents us, and we can trust y'all to really listen to us and really try to advocate for us as protectors of people in this town, not as our enemies. And so do not limit the time. I think 3 minutes is already very little. And, for those with a lot of experience in education who can do it in 1 minute, that's wonderful. They'll do that. But not everyone has that education or experience to be able to do that. And especially in our town, I think that's not representative of what most people should be expected to do. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Elizabeth Emerson. There you are.
Hey. Hello, dearest city council members. My name's Elizabeth Emerson. My family and I call 503 Harvey Street in San Marcos, Texas home. First and foremost, I would like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for championing, being the champions for yourselves, our town, its citizens, and being our voice to deny the Mayberry Data Center. We clearly are very passionate about the well-being of our town, its natural resources, connection to the water, and our way of life. Thank you for hearing us. I know we have a lot to say, and that sometimes equates to late nights. As a mother of 2 little ones, I know that sleep and routine are precious. I can understand the want to quicken your evenings for yourselves and get home to sleep. I do not envy your position, the time, energy, hard work, and late nights that go into it. I know it's an immense responsibility, but it is one that you chose to pursue and one that your constituents elected you to carry out. We have elected you to be the representatives for our people, to speak for us and champion our incredible city. That process involves hearing us at these meetings. I know a few of us take the time just to take it because we have it, and that's not really necessary. Many only take what they need. And there are also those among us who have so much beautiful information to share, and 3 minutes doesn't even come close to being enough time. I do not believe limiting our already precious little speaking time at these meetings is a just thing to do to the people of San Marcos. I also do not believe that passing the buck for certain data center approval to a group of humans that is not democratically elected and merely appointed, i.e., the Planning and Zoning Committee, is the right move either. That strikes me as a spineless cop-out of the job you have been elected to do. I know you are each up to the task and have the moral fiber to see your job through. I do believe there are better ways to get us all home, in bed, and sleeping soundly by a reasonable hour. My suggestion would be that once you have collectively denied a development or zoning change request, specifically in regards to data centers, let that be the end of it. Don't force us to regroup each time, every 6 months, spend countless hours preparing for, creating art, social media campaigning, petition signing, and working numerous hours just to have to come back here and echo the same sentiments that you already know in your bones. While I have absolutely loved coming together with our wonderful San Marcos community to protect our town, this mom is tired. And the energy I do have, I'd like to spend with my 83-year-old father who had a stroke the morning after February 17th meeting, with my 1-year-old who is getting bigger each and every day, with my 6-year-old who is becoming quite the little river steward, making family meals with my mother, or simply picking up trash by the river with family and friends. You get the picture. Time is precious, and you know where our city stands on data centers. Thank you.
Are you Matt Garrison? I am. Okay, before that, you can come on up. I need to read 5 more names. Kayla Lambert, Gina Fleming, Adriana Montoya, Ana Lucia Carbajal, and Kate Shaw will be the next ones. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Matt Garrison. In 1978, I took an oath to protect and defend the Constitution of the United States. And in that, one of the protections is the freedom of speech. I know that you folks have a difficult job, but I believe that for this system to work, regardless of which side of the spectrum you're on, people have to have discussions. You may not like what other people have to say, but it's important to let them be heard. I have a philosophy that water is wet and rocks are hard. And if we can have that common ground agreement, then we can build on that when we discuss things like data centers and how to effectively let them be a part of the community if that's necessary. It costs them more money, but they could use an air-cooled system instead of depleting the water, poisoning the aquifer. In 1979, I was at Fort McClellan, Alabama. It was declared a Superfund site by the EPA years later. 3 days before I was supposed to graduate military police school, I woke up and I looked in the mirror and I had a lump the size of my fist in my bicep. Nobody could explain it. The military rushed me into Noble Army Hospital and they removed it. They told me they would get back to me with the results of the biopsy. It's now 2026. There's no information. Outside the gates of Fort McClellan, Alabama, Monsanto Chemical had a plant that was producing the Aaron Brockovich story, live and in person, and they were leaching the PCBs into the aquifer. I did some research. No, this is not PCBs that these data centers use for their cooling water. However, it is again another non-remediatable group of chemicals that are linked to cancers. When you let these data centers in, if you do, at least force them to use an air-cooled system and protect the precious waters that we have and your children, my grandchildren, from being exposed to those PCBs that kill people. If you need to watch the Aaron Brockovich story again to learn more about it, I encourage you to do so because I lived it. I've got the 9-inch scar in my bicep from when they removed it. 3 years ago, the VA removed another one from my groin. I'm 284% disabled according to the VA because of the nerve damage, the neuropathy that cannot be accounted for according to them. So I urge you to protect the people and find common ground to deal with them. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Kayla Lambert.
Hello, my name is Kayla Lambert. Thank you for listening to all of us today. I oppose. I believe it's item 14 on shortening the 3 minutes to 1 minute. I am notoriously known for being short. I think it's a lot more nerve-wracking for people like me to utilize the full 3 minutes, but there are a lot of people who have a lot of good information to share, and I don't think you should limit them. Also, please do not pass off your important decision-making to the Planning and Zoning Committee. That, I feel like, is gaslighting all of us. You have the power to change things. Why would you pass this on to where there's no control for our people? Central Texas is going to be booming big. You guys could set the example. All of you could be, you know, blowing the rest of our state's mind with your creative solutions and helping protect our people like that gentleman was talking about, protect our water. There's so many regulations that haven't been addressed for if these guys do come in, what are the parameters? I would like to stress again, we need to have air quality, soil quality, all of the environmental testing before they come in. We need the baselines. Do it during their duration of operations. We need a threshold. We need punishments for going over the threshold. And just please, just don't even let the data centers be a thing here. Like I said, let's give San Marcos an awesome reputation for thinking outside the box, being creative, letting the rest of Texas know we care about our future generations and the water that they're going to have to drink. Water is life. Thank you for listening to us.
Our next speaker is Gina Fleming.
Hi, I'm Gina Fleming. I oppose the reduction of citizen comments from 3 minutes to 1 minute. I do think it's logical to assume that this suggestion is based on the overwhelming community opposition to data centers that threaten the health and lives of present and future generations. This would increase this reduction would increase the need to rely on the city's input for decision-making. But this input has been limited. A sizable portion of council members have offered little or no comment as to why they are voting for or against these centers, and environmental research has been lacking. The presentations by city staff appear to rely primarily on incomplete and biased narratives offered by the developer and their attorney. It's the citizens of San Marcos who have done the research and organized educational forums and town halls to educate the public on the very real environmental impacts of this industry. I do appreciate that Mayor Houston and Councilmember Rodriguez have been present at these meetings. I consider this type of public dialogue to be of great value, and the public deserves a meaningful platform at council meetings. Their diverse perspectives greatly enrich our understanding of the issues. If there is a need to reduce the amount of time devoted to this issue, I hope that council will consider honoring their own policy of a 1-year waiting period before a developer can resubmit their application after it has been voted down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adriana Montoya here.
Oh, there you are. Hi, Council. Adriana Montoya for the record. I was honestly debating whether it was even worth me coming today because obviously item 14 is not a vote, it's a discussion. And I was thinking to myself, like, oh, maybe this isn't that deep. And then I started thinking about it more, and I was like, you know what? No, this is that deep. In American government today, we have 3 main democratic ways for people to express themselves in the policymaking process. Number 1 is protesting. As we all know, there's a lot of limits on that. And there are even more limits on protesting under this administration and under Greg Abbott's Texas. And the second one is voting. It's election day. I love voting. Once we get to the ballot box and cast our votes, though, that's basically all we can do. We don't get to talk at the ballot box. The third one is citizen comment at government institutions, right? On every level of government, whether it's the city, the state, or the federal level. Citizen comment. And honest to God, I think that is possibly the most direct and crucial way for any citizen to participate in the democratic process. So the more I thought about it, the more I was like, no, taking away 2/3 of our time our precious time that is allowed to actually speak directly to the faces of people who we have elected after we have casted the ballots for them is really that serious. Like, it's not, 2 minutes may just seem like 2 minutes for y'all, but I just saw Gina Fleming come up here with a paper where she wrote down her speech. That took time. There are moms who have taken time to come out of their day and stop taking care of their kids to come here. You guys, and when I say you guys, I mean city council, but also city staff. On a daily basis, you have access to stakeholders that we do not have access to. Hours. You get to sit in meetings for hours with developers, with lawyers, with business members in this community. They have your ear for literally hours and literally weeks. Not only did you sign up for this, I wish it was as easy as just signing up for this. You campaigned for this for months. City council members and the mayor all campaigned for months, begged us on the streets for our votes for this job so that you could listen to us. City staff went to school to get degrees. Stephanie Reyes, you and I graduated from the same public administration program at Texas State. You guys also went to school to sit here and listen to us. So I cannot express to you just how disappointing it was to even see something like this on the agenda. We have so few ways to access government in this society. This is one of those 3 main legal ways for us to do it. And I was so proud 2 weeks ago to see so many San Marcans show up. People who have never once set foot in this government office were here because they loved our city so much, they cared enough to take time out of their day to talk to you guys about it. So this is truly just like a slap in the face to all of those people and on all of us that are here pretty regularly. So please don't limit that time. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ana Lucia Carvajal. Okay, you'll be next. I'm going to call 5 more names. Kaylee Champagne, Kara Finlayson, Morgan Dabblegott, Jordan Moser, Kat Morris. Okay, are you behind?
I'm Kaylee Champagne.
Okay. Kate Shaw.
Hi, good evening. Kate Shaw, a longtime San Marcos resident. I just wanted to echo what everyone else has said about number 14, about limiting comments. I would rather see, if you need to limit it, like a total time cap of, pick your number, 90 minutes, 2 hours, or have it go back to the old way where if you do like public comment that you can't also comment again later when the agenda item comes up. That's just my take on it. I wanted to thank council for your vote 2 weeks ago to deny the zoning changes that will prevent the data center from coming in, at least for now. So happy to see so many on council listening and taking our concerns seriously. I really appreciate that. I know that ultimately this fight has to go to the state level, but it's nice to see we're doing something in San Marcos. On agenda item 10, on the topic of development, I really am concerned about this proposal to make it so that data centers could go on land that's intended for business parks and light industrial. I would hate to see that. It sounds like maybe with something as small as a SUP that they could get that done. And it just seems like at odds with all of our years of planning for our planning and zoning and our master plan that we would go ahead and kind of like shoehorn in a data center into that use case with something as little as a SUP. So definitely against that. Thanks for your time.
Our next speaker is Kaylee Champagne.
I'm Kaylee Champagne. I'm speaking in opposition to items 10 and 14. Regarding item 14, discord and participation in local political decision-making should be encouraged, not snuffed, as this is our community. These are the voices of the people who will live with the consequences of whatever decisions are made in these meetings. To suppress our voice is anti-democratic. It is already difficult trying to cite my references and make my points during the allotted 3 minutes, so I know it wouldn't be possible to do that in 1 minute. Although it has been encouraged that we email council members our supporting data, and many of us have, we cannot solely rely on the possibility that our emails will be received and promptly and/or thoroughly read. And we must ensure there are rules in place that guarantee speakers a reasonable amount of time to be heard.
Please respect the amount of research and effort that goes into public commentary. Please respect the time we sacrifice to be here. Please don't silence us. Regarding item number 10, I agree with my constituents that data centers should be a conditional use permit in any zoning category and should be reserved for heavy industrial. I also think that the CUP should include potable water and energy use restriction, backup generator approval, and noise restriction. By shedding the responsibility of data center approval and passing it to planning and zoning, it seems as though the city council aims to rid themselves of the burden of having to hear out the citizens of San Marcos, as well as undermine democracy yet again, as members of the city council are voted for by the people while P&Z members are appointed by city officials. I'm honestly disappointed by the insidious nature of items 10 and 14, and especially the vague verbiage of item 10. San Marcos is paying attention, and we will not stop. We're only getting started.
Next speaker is Kara Finlayson.
Hi, I'm Kara Finlayson. I'm a coordinator with Soul School Homeschooling Co-op. Y'all met me a couple weeks ago. I'm just getting my face in here again because I really want to make a relationship with every one of you. And I want y'all to know that this is all important to me and us, and I'm here to speak for the children as well who are out there talking about fighting for the water. So I was concerned that y'all are wanting to change the coding and allow data centers to be coded or to be able to come in under this light industrial or business park classification. They are not that. They are very harmful. We've talked about all of the reasons why lots of times. But I feel like this is really a pinnacle moment in our times for everyone to really step up here, be a warrior for their town, for their people. We're asking you guys to stand up for us, and unfortunately, you're burying this proposal 710 pages in to a 1,000-page PDF that most of us can't even download. I've got this guy trying to keep her away from screens, and I'm sitting there on my phone trying to figure out what the heck it all means, because I want to understand. So it's very troubling to me that the language is so vague and convoluted that an educated person like me that cares and is dedicated to learning, that's one of our things. Stewards of life, we're also students of love, we're students of life. We are always learning. That's me. I want to know, I want to understand. And for me to be able to look at this and not even understand what y'all are saying, it's sneaky, it feels sneaky. I'm sorry, baby. Can you say hi to everybody? Say hi. Say hi. I know. I'm sorry. So, as I would ask my children, I want you guys to exercise some self-control here, and please set an example that we have discipline enough to say no to data centers, not creating loopholes for them to be able to sneak in through the back door. It is harmful. We don't want it. Please be the champions for us. Don't pass this on to the county. They don't have power. I want to empower you all. This is our defense. Y'all are our only defense. Please do not pass it on. This is a very crucial moment for all of us, and I'm just asking you, thank you for waving at her. I'm just asking you to find it in yourselves that this is important for you too personally. We are working through toxic relationships right now. If we make this toxic relationship with this business, that means there's something in our lives that's going on.
And your time is up.
We need to address. Thanks, guys.
Your name?
Jordan Moser.
Okay.
Hello. I'm here to speak against the time change. I personally think that our time is worth more than your guys' time. You are public servants. You should be clamoring to hear our perspectives. And that is what I see as a good faith leader in our community. And, you know, the only leaders I see in this community are the people that continually show up to this and are educating each other and really putting their hearts and souls into it. My daughter, she, as an infant, the first place she ever swam was Jacob's Well. Okay, and then as soon as she could handle it, we took her down to Blue Hole, okay? And then San Marcos River. And what I feel in my heart is that those places aren't going to be available to her for the rest of her life. And it breaks my heart because we have so many wonderful memories there. And I want you to remember your memories of the water and your memories of what brought you to this beautiful place that has been inhabited for thousands of years. You know all of this. I'm at a loss. I'm trying to spell out my soul at all these meetings, and I shouldn't be surprised that the municipal procedures are a brick wall for my emotions and my feelings about how I feel you are treating us. And we are traumatized. The baby, the cute baby, she was crying because her mom was emitting stress hormones, okay? The babies pick up on this stuff. We're raising our kids in this atmosphere where we are having to do capitalism all day, struggle to survive, and then once we get home, try to make a good environment for our kids, and also fight capitalism at the same time, which is overreaching our checks and balances of our democracy. So these corporations are not people, okay? Why is that easy to accept that corporations are people and not easy to accept that rivers are people? Rivers are the cradle of life. You should be creating a life-sustaining society in your position of power, not a life-sucking, life-depleting, water-draining infrastructure for these Fortune 500 companies that just want to make a buck. And who's going to be having the tab when they're done? It's going to crash the market, and all of your 401ks that you've been blindly investing in global military-industrial complex is going to tank. So all the boomer generation is going to lose their fortune when the AI bubble breaks, okay? So prepare our community for that, please. Can we please have water left at the end? Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Morgan Dabblegod, who joins us online.
I'm having some trouble with my video. I'm going to try to connect from my phone right quick.
Okay, it's fine. You can just go ahead and tell us what you want to, unless you really want to be on video. Morgan, while you're doing that, I'm going to call the next 5 names that will be after you. Kat Morris is part of this group. Next group will be Zeb Land, Tomas Diaz de Leon, who's online, Sam Young, Abigail Lindsay, I think she's online, and Cameron Shough. So Morgan, did you get your video? There, we can see you. And you're on mute.
Hi, Morgan Dabblegod.
Okay, now you're good.
Okay, great. So I'm here. I wanted to make a comment and urge you guys to not limit our public comment time. I think 3 minutes is great. I think 1 minute, public speaking is a really, really difficult skill. It takes most people years to be concise with their word and confident in this environment. So to limit our time, it really makes it hard to get a point across, I feel. The 2 weeks ago, I was really inspired and felt a lot of pride for our city and the way we were able to come together. And it's just very disheartening. I know you guys were up here late, but it's very disheartening that you guys see us come together united, loud, with a lot to say. And the reaction to that is, well, we should limit that. I also wanted to speak on the potential decision to put data centers under a business park. I really do feel that that's a sneaky tactic, and it's a way to avoid your responsibility as elected officials to not follow the will of the people and pass that decision off to planning and zoning so your hands are clean. Water is vital to everyone here. We have a small farm, which has partially allowed me to be home with my children. Obviously, a farm that doesn't have water or has polluted water is not a legacy I can leave my children, and that's my main concern. I'm really stunned. I came to the very first meeting about this, and it voted the way I thought it should and would, only to come back 6 months later and hear it went the other way. I was really shocked, especially when I thought that there would have to be a whole year before this could even be reconsidered, and it was 6 months later. So overall, I'm just feeling very disappointed. This is starting to feel a little bit like a dystopian sci-fi novel. I really hope that you guys don't limit our power and our voice, and that you listen to the will of the people and keep data centers out of our town, because once they're in, they're in. San Antonio let them in, and now they have over 60. Someone said earlier, we don't have enough water for our people. Canyon Lake is dry. We do not have waters for these data centers. People first. We're also running out of soil. We're in a soil bankruptcy, and we have some of the best Blackland Prairie soil, and we are covering it with concrete. This must stop. It's going to catch up to us sooner or later. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Zeb Land.
Hello, my name is Zeb Land. I'm here today to speak against agenda item 10 and 14. I understand that when there are a lot of people here speaking, a lot of times it is overwhelming. And a lot of times I understand that when people are upset about things, especially if they're upset at you, you may not want to listen because it's upsetting. But you are public servants, and if you do not want to listen to people who voted you in, you should not be in office or any political power if you do not want to listen to the people who voted you in. If you want to limit their time from 3 minutes to 1, you are saying you don't want to listen. You are saying you don't want to hear people. I understand that when an agenda item is placed, that doesn't mean that everyone agrees with it. I know that it means it was proposed by someone. And I trust that many of you will vote to not allow it to be shrunk because you want to hear the people. And I want to have faith that you want to hear the people. I notice when y'all aren't paying attention. I notice when you're on your phone and listening or not. I notice, and I know many of us do. I was here last city council meeting for the entire time as well. I listened to all those beautiful voices speak. And I know it was a lot, and we went till late. But I was so proud to be a part of a community that cares so much about its community. In a time where we struggle to have voter turnouts, you should be grateful that people care so much about the environment that you live in to come and speak. To shrink it to an amount of time that is so little is abysmal. I know I don't have too much, but another point I want to make about agenda item number 10. It is hidden in such crude words that are so, they're not easy to read. I read it, I have it right here. It says, among other things. What are those things? People should know what that is. These are vague words that are not clear to people, what that means to us, what that can affect us. I know a lot of people are scared of it putting a data center after the whole event. I know this specific item doesn't say data center, but it could mean data center if it's allowed in. It could allow other things, even worse in the future if this is put in, if it is put to a vote. But I want to make it clear that you are here to listen to us. We are not here to listen to you, and you are voted here because we put our faith in you and because we want you to hear us. And that is all. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Tomas Diaz de Leon.
Hi, can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can. We don't
All
see
right.
you, but we can hear you.
Oh, I'm on a computer that doesn't have a webcam,
that's
so I'll
fine.
just use my mic.
Yeah, continue.
Hi, my name is Tomas Diaz de Leon, longtime resident of San Marcos. I've lived here my entire life. I'm here to express my frustration and confusion at this move to cut time allotted to individuals for public comment, and to give data centers this special zoning category that removes city council's responsibility when it comes to approving them. It's so wild to me that some of y'all are immediately pissing away what goodwill you earned with the Mayberry Center vote by putting forward changes in procedure that seem like they were pretty explicitly crafted to limit our ability to interact with our local government. Like, what is the rationale if it's not disassembling avenues for accountability? I mean, is it really just that sometimes council meetings run long? My heart goes out to y'all for having to occasionally stay until the early hours, but I do feel like that's a price you need to be willing to pay and should honestly expect to when you're an elected representative for a community that's not afraid to really turn out. And boom, I mean, that's about a minute right there. I think everyone knows that's not enough time. I'll say this, maybe we wouldn't need to fill 8 hours with our public comments if more of y'all could be trusted to do right by the community without that pressure. And then there's this sneaky attempt to escape culpability when it comes to zoning for the data centers by handing it completely over to P&Z. At a quick glance, these changes look like pot shots at our ability to push back against their construction. To points that were made last time, all seems pretty undemocratic. Obviously, these changes should be rejected, but I'm still floored by whatever the thought process was here. There had to be some awareness that this would erode faith in city council, so why do it unless the faith of your constituents really isn't all that important to you? And if that's genuinely the case, maybe it's time to give up that seat. But there's still time to reverse course. Please don't make doing the right thing something that this council just occasionally, accidentally stumbles into. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Sam Young.
Evening, I'm Sam Young. The primary takeaway from the last meeting is that the San Marcos River should not be tampered with. It's a valuable asset for the city, one to be enjoyed by citizens and visitors alike. However, it requires ongoing protection to preserve its ambience. The council could consider how the city might monetize this resource without compromising its unique atmosphere. Then, on budgets and money, where and who finds billion-dollar projects that are not data centers? The budget planning for fiscal year 2027 is currently in process. Ms. Reyes and her staff are diligently working through every possible scenario to ensure the city's financial stability. The current budget estimates deficits of $4 million for 2027, $10 million for 28, 13 for 29, and 15 for 2030. Come to opinion that San Marcos runs on a hamburger helper budget, and it may not get to where we can even afford the hamburger. You still got the EMS and the meet and confers as unknowns. From the staff presentation, there was more than one mention of low employee morale and burnout. Then, only 27% of reported crimes are investigated. Cut again, and that percentage will go down. Citizens critical of policing would see professional development cut by 35%. In analyzing the presentation, it was acknowledged that additional support staffing for the police has been continually kicked down the road. Not more policemen, but staffing to back up the policemen. Many council members did not want to raise the actual dollar amount of property taxes. As an idea, in view of the deficit gap, one way to save $150,000 to $180,000 is for the council to forego their salary for 2027. And there is going to be a discussion, as already, about reducing the public comment time from 3 minutes to 1 minute. I support being able to speak directly to the council. Watching you as hours go by for comments, you are tired. Then comes debate and vote. And I don't think going to 2:30 or so in the morning is best for a clear mind. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Abigail Lindsay, who joins us online.
Good evening. I'm against item number 14 to change the citizen comment period from 3 minutes to 1 minute. I know there's been a lot of long meetings. There's been talk about the ceasefire, the flop cameras, the data centers, and your community has come out in large numbers to let you know how we feel. Changing the time seems to be a punishment to the very people who voted for you. I understand we can provide our comments to you in an email, and in a perfect world, all of you would read each and every one of our emails, but we have no proof that you ever read our comments or do your own research. City Council cannot expect every council member to engage with the public outside a citizen comment period. At the very least, when I have my 3 minutes, I know you are sitting there listening to me. It would be a disservice to you and your community if you change the time to 1 minute. The meetings can be long and they can run into the night, but that shows you how much we care about the city. We want you to hear us. It's undemocratic to make this change. Guadalupe County Commissioners Court gives the public 5 minutes. I want to point out that city council meetings have been cut by 2 meetings moving forward. So it makes sense to keep the 3 minutes because we are having less meetings in a year. I know the 30-minute cap on the total speaking time was removed sometime in 2022, and that is wonderful. It was a move in the right direction. Please keep the 3 minutes for our benefit and yours. And then I want to talk about, I'm against item 10, of course. From what I can understand, the data center section seems to be a little rushed. I have a lot of questions, and I feel given the huge community outcry, we need more time. I would encourage council to table this section for further discussion with the community and city staff. It would be a disservice to you and the community to rush this category, considering the outpouring of opposition against data centers. I do not believe data centers should be under industrial or business park and classification or light industrial. I understand in the past the mayor wanted this as an option. There's a concern about when the data center leaves, what will happen with zoning of heavy industrial, but I disagree with the business park and the light industrial. The more stringent we are now, the better the future will be. Let's not be lax in demanding full accountability and the most stringent rules and regulations available to us. By giving data centers this option as it stands, in the long run, the city will be taken advantage of. Please vote against item 10 as it stands now. Thank you.
Cameron Shoughh, Regina Vanberg. Okay, our next 5 will be Amy Camp, who is online with us, Matt Bauer, Erica Klodnicki, Maxfield Baker, and Jessica Moreno, and they're both online ready. Your name?
Regina Vanberg.
You're next.
Thank you for being here. I appreciate the time to speak. I appreciate the 3 minutes to speak. My name is Dr. Regina Vanberg. I'm a congressional candidate, and this is election night. And I'm here to humbly remind everyone in this room what an incredible honor and privilege it is to represent your neighbors and your community. I would love to be where you are. And 1 minute is just not long enough to hear from the people who have put you in these seats. On the campaign trail, you have all kinds of different speech limitations, and 60 seconds is by far the hardest. And I wonder if many of you remember how difficult it is to communicate something meaningful in such a short amount of time. 3 minutes is the least that we can give to the people that are here to share what it is they want and need from you, especially when you sit in a seat that means that their will is your work. I also want to speak on item 10. Part of the reason that I am running is to pass legislation that will ban the use of an NDA for any kind of public asset. Communities have the right to decide what kinds of land and water and utility use happens in their community. And if this community is saying that that's of great importance to them, letting that decision be made by anyone other than an elected body is to discredit their will. So I hope these things will be taken under consideration. And again, thank you for the 3 minutes. I will not be using all of mine, but most of the folks out here will. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Camp, who joins us online.
Hello?
We can see you and hear you.
Oh, okay, great. Hi, Amy Camp. I'm a resident of San Marcos, 305 Harvard Street. I'm here to speak against items 10 and 14. With item 10, I'll just say very briefly, I certainly don't think that it should be changed to P and Z from the full city council. And I think that people who are greater experts than I am, oh, it's okay, sweetie. People who are greater experts than I am can speak more fully on that. I wanted to speak more about item 14. Mayor Houston, I really appreciate the fact that you take your job so seriously. You come out to the town halls, you're reading our emails, you're meeting with people beforehand. You know, that is incredible, and I understand that it's a lot of work. I still disagree with the citizen comment period being reduced to 1 minute. First of all, I would say that I do think that this is an important form of community engagement, as other people have said. I understand that, hang on one second, babe. I understand that it can be repetitive and that's frustrating, but I actually think that the repetition is important because it shows the number of people who are engaged. And I think that coming to speak at city council is like an important entry-level step for a lot of people for civic engagement. And that's so important when I feel like we absolutely are suffering from a dearth of civic engagement all across our country. I would also say that, you know, if any of y'all want to reach out to the press, if you want to speak to the community, you have that power easily. But for the average person, the average resident of San Marcos, the ability to speak to the public and to speak to like a large group of your community members, it's pretty limited. Like this is where we have it. And so I don't think that it's too much to ask to have 3 minutes. I do understand that the meetings are getting ridiculously long. I agree that we should think of ways to fix this. I think it's hard work that again will require a lot of civic engagement from the community participation to fix. But I don't think that this is a good solution. Thank you all so much.
Our next speaker is Matt Bauer.
Council members, I'm Matt Bauer, and I'll be addressing items 10 and 14. 2 weeks ago, San Martians showed up to City Council in awe-inspiring numbers. We came overwhelmingly to oppose a measure enabling data center development. The council listened, as was immediately apparent in the outcome, striking down the measure. What happened then demonstrates the significance of the community directly addressing the council. Things would have turned out differently had we not showed up. It wasn't just our numbers that mattered either. We came armed with research and thoughtful arguments. Getting to the point, we needed the time allotted to us to make our case. Item 14 proposes to limit citizen comments to a mere 1 minute. Whatever gains in efficiency or accessibility this may bring would be vastly outweighed by the 67% reduction in speaking time, robbing community members of the power to present complex, carefully articulated thoughts. I can't imagine squeezing the research I presented last council meeting about how little data centers affect local employment into just 60 seconds. And in preparing this, I probably spent more time cutting words than I did putting them onto the page in the first place. So many of us are conscientious of our use of your time. Find another way to address the motivations behind item 14. Don't diminish our power to directly address ourselves to you. Now, you wouldn't know it by looking at item 10 on the agenda, but what brings many of us here again tonight is the issue of data center development, whose relevance to item 10 you learn when you get 300 plus pages deep in the agenda packet for tonight. Item 10 clarifies the land use matrix to determine what category of land use data centers fall into. They'd be permitted in land zone for heavy industrial use and conditionally permitted in land zone for business parks and light industrial use. Data centers don't belong in San Marcos, however you label their land use. But it strains credulity to think it would be aptly described as comparable to what goes down at a business park or land used for light industry. Their draw on energy would almost certainly cause a significant spike in our utility rates. Their draw on water would hasten the coming water shortages and push us into even more intense water shortages than we'll already face in the next decade. Business parks don't do that. Light industry doesn't do that. And if you doubt these predictions, it's only because you think there's a strategy to mitigate the harms of their outsized demand on resources, which you recognize and understand. The land use matrix update accompanying item 10 is unacceptable as it stands. Thanks for your attention.
Our next speaker is Erica Klodnicki. Okay. Next will be Maxfield Baker, who's joining us online, but I need to go through the next 5. And that will be Jessica Moreno, who's online, Sean Jones, Matthew Reed, Reagan Gray, and Natalie Bones. Maxfield Baker, you are next.
Hello. Yes, my name is Maxfield Baker. I wanted to start by addressing an open records request that I have submitted to the city regarding meeting minutes. It's really frustrating that I put in this request in a timely fashion for the meeting minutes of January and February meetings. And then I also see that they're on tonight's agenda, and I applaud that. But instead of providing me those draft minutes or the meeting minutes as they stood, the city council, city staff, the city attorney instead chose to file an objection with the attorney general to not provide me those meeting minutes, which seems very flippant and capricious given there was an item set to the knowledge of council and staff that these meeting minutes would be available here. So I'm very confused by this move and find it obstructionist, to say the least. Additionally, Mayor, you solely chose to put this agenda item on to change the time. You could have sought extra support, a second council member to that. You also could have used more broad language to address this issue instead of limiting discussion tonight as you have to just talking about the time constraints. You could have made the agenda item read more broadly so that you could talk about other alternatives that actually include community feedback and options. The main reason that this is important is because public comment is not the same as having closed off meetings. This is a time where the Texas Open Meetings Act does not prevent us from talking to a quorum of you. And so even when we have champions, it's really important that we be able to address the whole of council because you all are also not allowed to coordinate with each other. The comment was made that, people put you in these seats and it's important that you hear from us, but oftentimes the reason we show up is because we did not vote for you. And you might not have a relationship with us. And so it's even more important that we have the opportunity to speak with you. Let's see. The other thing that could be done on this front is why not telegraph to the community and vote consistently and help build trust so that we don't feel compelled to do this? As a council member, when things are on the agenda, you can. It is within your right and not a violation of the Texas Open Meetings Act, because I clarified this with the attorney several times. You can go out and say, I'm going to vote like this. You can assure the community how you will stand on something so that we know what we can expect from our elected officials. The last thing I'm going to mention here is our Civics Club has an event set for Saturday, April the 4th. That's the first Saturday of April, called Speak Up, where we're going to be encouraging and giving people the opportunity to learn how to engage with citizen comment. And I really hope that the same rules of engagement apply then as they do today. Because as everybody said, 3 minutes is really not enough time, even for somebody like myself who does this time and time again. I have a whole page of stuff I didn't have the chance to get to. So thank you. And you could always invite us in for a conversation as well, or come to a Civics Club meeting and post an opportunity for.
His time is up, and Mr. Trevino, is Jessica Moreno? I thought oh, she's here. Okay. No, come on, it's your turn now.
All right. Hello, Mayor and council members. Thank you so much for your time this evening. I mean that when I say thank you for your time. That's why I'm here, why I'm still smelly from the gym, thinking I might have to join you virtually, but you'll just have to bear with my sweaty clothes. I was really concerned when I saw item 14 on today's agenda, which would discussions to propose limitations to comment citizen comments from 3 minutes to 1 minute. And in case I don't have time, I also want to just express my concern about agenda item 10 as well. It feels like a sneaky way to bypass community input and propose zoning changes and skirt this council's accountability to its citizens. On February 17th, we saw one of the largest, if not the largest, turnouts for civic engagement in our town's recent history. I was here with all of you till the very end. I showed up at 3 p.m. to make sure that I could still finish my workday from these chambers and join you in time for the meeting, and I stayed with you until the decision, either virtually or my butt was here until I think almost 1:45 a.m., and then I had you online, watched you the rest of the night, all the way to the very end of your meeting, not just the vote that was important to me, because I felt like I wanted to honor and sit with you in solidarity for the long night that you had, that we had together. And what I witnessed and experienced on that day and in this town was a complete show of love, of communal love. People, neighbors taking care of each other, feeding each other, singing together, educating each other, sharing our hearts and our stories, not just with you, but with each other. And I left here just feeling full of that community love. And I hoped that you felt that too, but seeing this agenda item tells me that you didn't walk away with that same feeling. At a time in this country when Americans are being more and more disempowered by our processes, we showed up. We showed up together, and we keep showing up together. Please don't dampen that. Please do not dampen that. It is extremely disappointing, and frankly, it feels disrespectful to even see that your response to that show of communal love was in fact this reduction or proposed reduction in time together, this sacred time that we get, your constituents get FaceTime with you. And so I want to leave you with the fact that these long nights are opportunities to see if you are in alignment with your constituents. The longer the night, the bigger the discrepancy in our alignment. And so rather than trying to silence us, please ask yourselves, why are we misaligned and how do we get back together? We get back together through this process. So please, please do not interrupt or dismiss this process.
Our next speaker is Sean Jones.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sean Jones, and I appreciate your time tonight. Speaking of time, I'd like to address item 14, reducing citizen comment period from 3 minutes to 1. I'm opposed to this. Firstly, most citizens have nerves when they're speaking in public. So even a well-outlined speech, 1 minute barely gives you time to introduce yourself and get to your first point, especially, accommodating for those nerves. Also, I believe recently the number of city council meetings was reduced to 2 per year going forward, so this gives residents even less time to get in front of you. Last time we were here, one of the council members was absent in the chambers during citizen comments for a total of 83 minutes. That's nearly an hour and a half of comments missed, and that doesn't include our recess time. If we reduced our limit to 1 minute per person, then that council member would have missed the comments of 83 residents. That same council member then said they'd like to delay the vote and needed more time to gather facts. Perhaps if you're around to hear the facts, you'll know the facts. That council member is not in the chambers right now. Is this message to us that the council needs more time, but the residents who elected you get less? I get it, nobody wants to be here till 3 a.m., but maybe if you stop bringing ideas and amendments that support specific developments that the majority of the city strongly is against, well then we'd probably get to bed a little sooner. And speaking of developments that the majority of us don't want, item 10. I'm also against this update. Can we also please make it very clear when there's amendment addressing data centers? This one seemed hidden and confusing in detail. It's clear this is obviously a huge issue in the city, so please make it as clear as possible to the residents. We need to make it more difficult for data centers to get zoning, not easier. Instead of this proposal, I believe we should update it so that they should not be allowed to be zoned in business park. They can only be zoned in high industrial. They require a conditional use permit in high industrial as well. And they require a council vote, not just P&Z. And lastly, Can we come together as a community and a council and use our creativity to find new ways to create revenue for this city instead of using our creativity to come up with tricky rules for zoning to approve the development of data centers that we don't want? Thank you.
Our next speaker is Matthew Reed. Is Matthew Reed here? Reagan Gray? Natalie Bones? Before you start, just a moment, I'm going to call 5 more names.
Okay.
Next in this order will be Zachary Tyndall, Saunders Drucker, Gloria Quinn, Destiny Guerra, and Brett Harris. Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm here this evening as a concerned citizen who obviously values transparency and meaningful community engagement. I oppose items 14 and 10. In May 2024, a Travis County judge found that the City of Austin had violated the Texas Open Meeting Act by not allowing people enough time to speak during public comment period at City Council meetings. As a result, Austin revised the rules to ensure clearer notice and more accessible public comment. This case should serve as a cautionary example to all of us and to all of you. The Texas Open Meeting Act exists to protect public's rights to not just observe local government, but to meaningfully engage with it. When public comment is compressed and really suppressed, shifted to make more difficult or limits dialogue, it risks undermining its community and the spirit of law and engagement. Moving or limiting public comment may seem procedural, but to us, residents of San Marcos, it's sending a very clear message, especially from a huge victory for the town the other week. Local engagement should not feel like an obstacle. It should feel welcomed. We should feel proudness in our town's citizen engagement. I know I feel really proud to be standing here right now. I urge City Council to ensure public comment remains accessible, citizen comment, public hearings, and question and answer with press and public. The whole ordeal should stay at 3 minutes. Please continue to encourage participation in our town. Transparency builds community trust. Trust is foundational to good governance, and trust is really what you should be standing on for the city of San Marcos. Right now, there's a poster going around on social media that says, you know, who decides the future of San Marcos? Is it our town or is it developers? I don't know. Do you want to continue to build our trust? Or do you want to tear down what you are building right now? Okay, thank you.
Our next speaker is Zachary Tyndall.
My name is Zachary Tyndall. Wanted to speak in opposition to item 14 and share some concerns about item 10. I'm frankly still trying to digest and wrap my mind around all the stuff in item 10, of course. There's a lot there. But in broad strokes, what I would like to see is for y'all to give yourselves as much power as possible to limit incoming data centers. I think virtually all of you at least have some reservations about data centers, and I'm sure you would like to see yourselves with more power to approve them or to vote against them as much as possible. To the best of my understanding, that would involve requiring CUPs for any zoning category that they fall under, and for those CUPs to also have to be approved by council, not just by planning and zoning. Not sure if I understand that correctly, but I'd like to see something like that. And then as far as the zoning categories themselves, I want to see as few zoning categories be an option for them as possible. Again, to the best of my understanding, I wouldn't want, just as an example, Mr. Mayberry's data center to be able to just reapply tomorrow under Business Park. Again, I'm still trying to digest all that, but I think that limiting those zoning categories will help people from jumping over that 6-month limit that they may be faced with if they're already denied. I don't want you all to have to waste any more of your time just denying these people over and over again or reviewing these applications over and over again. If I can get to the 1-minute thing, Mayor Houston, I really appreciate you responding with so much detail about your thoughts on this matter. I see where you're coming from, but as someone who is new to this kind of civic engagement, there's a pretty big learning curve. These 3-minute comments are the most obvious and the most accessible way for us to share our thoughts. I've been coming to a lot of these meetings for the last year, and really only in the last couple of weeks have I realized the utility of emailing council members, sharing resources in advance. It's great advice that you gave in your email, but that shouldn't be a requirement for everyone who wants to share their thoughts with council. We need to keep the learning curve as low as possible, give them the time to share their thoughts, and it is hard for a lot of us who are not comfortable with public speaking to share anything substantive within just 1 minute, but that doesn't mean that we don't have something substantive to share. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Saunders Drucker.
Hello, Saunders Drucker. I'm here to speak about mostly items 10 and 14, talking first about our reduction in limited time. I understand that there are arguments to be made for, we need to do these things differently. We need to do something so that way we're not making decisions at 2 a.m. I don't disagree with that. But the way that it's come about right now and the timing of it is just, how are we not supposed to take this as retaliatory? That's truly how it feels. The reason why we organized to bring so many people to these past events is because we were concerned that y'all weren't listening to us. We had to bring all of those people in order to make our voices heard. If we thought that there was a better way that we could, express these things and make our voices heard that didn't last till 2 a.m., I'm sure that there's a lot of us that would love to sit down and discuss it. I don't know exactly what those things are, but I'm a biologist, not a city planner. I have no experience in this. Next, I wanted to talk about the data center zoning. Again, clearly, following all of the, rigmarole that we've been through for the past couple months, this is not what we were looking for when we talked about data centers having a proper zoning. The only thing that, in my mind, would seem reasonable would be heavy industrial with very specific conditional use permits. Conditional use permits that, again, specifically outline things like their water restrictions or their effects on air quality or their power usage, and something that hasn't been addressed yet, but I think caused a lot of the issues over the past year, is identifying exactly which companies are trying to build these data centers here and whose data they are hosting. The only way that we can keep these companies accountable for if they do violate these things is to know who it is that's doing business in San Marcos, who is taking our water, who is taking our power and making us pay for it. If a data center is forced on me, I want to know who they are. So that way we can, at the very least, financially boycott their company here in town with the smallest thing that I could do, vote with my dollar. That's what I have to say about these things. Thank you all very much. I'm going to willingly yield the rest of my time.
Our next speaker is Gloria Quinn.
Hello, Gloria Quinn, citizen of San Marcos. The national average length of time that public is allowed to speak at city meetings is typically 3 minutes, a standard, long-standing practice in many municipalities. Though 2 minutes minimum is used in large cities during high attendance. I'm looking forward to hearing what the city council says about the rationale and motive behind this proposal. Changing the time to 1 minute from 3 minutes, to me, seems like the essence of saying we don't want or need to hear what you have to say. I'm sure there's more to it than that, and I can't believe it's in the public's interest. I'm sure it's very tedious and redundant to have to listen to people say the same thing over and over, using different words. But I think that you probably get where they're coming from during the first minute, but 3 minutes is a national average. Also, under agenda number 10, My understanding is that it's pertaining to the special zoning category to the business, to business park from its current status and would no longer need approval by the city council. And would fall under the control of planning and zoning. It's difficult to surmise that that's what it's saying because of the language and description that's being used. And it appears to be very confusing, vague, and bordering on deceptive. I couldn't figure it out, and I had help. But when I did understand what it was saying, I wanted to be here. I would never have guessed that that was the topic based on the wording. Texas is poised to overtake Virginia as the world's largest data center market. What makes this shift particularly significant is the speed in which it's taking place. Virginia took over 2 decades to achieve their distinction. Texas is catching up in a fraction of the time. Case in point, the massive data center called Project Matador in Amarillo, which is 18 million square feet of unwanted AI. The public does not want them. We all know the pros and cons and arguments for these data centers, and we know the public sentiment is almost overwhelmingly anti-data centers. And that doesn't carry, and it should carry more weight, but it doesn't. And this rezoning is just another workaround attempt by our local government to do something that the tax-paying residents of San Marcos do not want. Thank you.
Time is up. Destiny Guerra. Brett Harris. Oh, are you Destiny?
Destiny.
Okay,
Hi, Destiny here.
You're next.
Hi, Council. This is my first time you guys are going to see my face here. I've been online before. I've seen you before, so hello. I've seen you at an elementary school for about the same meeting. You, Josh, I've seen you on posters. Hello. The rest of you all, I've seen you on the strategic plan that you guys have online. And I kind of want to talk about that because going to item 14, everybody's talking about item 14. Everyone's talking about item 10. Those are on my list to talk about. However, as I was looking through your strategic plan, which I believe was released 2015, beginning of 2015, and you guys used this plan as a roadmap for decisions. When it comes to item 14, it's kind of discouraging to see that you guys are moving the public comment from 3 minutes to 1 minute. Huge change there. And it's especially odd that it comes after we had such a huge turnout here. So proud of the community that I'm a part of. But when I started looking at your strategic plan, I saw verbiage like cultivate relationships with community and also enhance presence in community. And the question that popped into my head was, I just would like to know where shrinking public voices comes into that, and how that plays into your strategic plan there. It just baffled me when I saw this on the agenda item, so I figured, you know what, I need to come down here. I work in Austin, so I commute every day, San Marcos to Austin. And I just had the need to come down here and speak about this because it's just absolutely crazy that you guys would put this on the agenda or have even a discussion about it being on the agenda. I'm going to go ahead and talk about item 10. A lot of folks were saying that it is hard to figure out what's going on or what the verbiage is in this, and I agree. I did try to decipher a bit of it, and I would just hope that you guys, after the long meeting that we had February 17th, that you guys would find it in your heart not to have this passed in order, or this ordinance passed in order for it to be in favor of a data center. That's what the hot topic is these days, huh? So I have 40 minutes left. I didn't even think I'd get this far. I was actually thinking that today was a day where we would start this 1-minute session, but I'm glad that we have 3 minutes available. And I'm so glad and happy of all of our community coming together, because it's such a beautiful thing to have people come together for the same cause and, you know, share their hearts, pour their hearts out here, and stay here till what? I fell asleep. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think it was like 2 a.m. So I commend you guys for staying here, sitting here, listening to the citizens, and I hope that you guys find their voices in your hearts and, you know, do the right thing and be on the right side of history. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker will be Brett Harris, but I'm going to read the last 5 names. So after Brett Harris will be Sonny Summers, Bobby Levinsky, Fred Horner, Amber Krayeveld, and Diana Emily Wiebe. So Brett Harris, it's your turn.
All right, thank you, guys. I want to say thank you guys for sticking out with us last time. I think you saw how many people were so passionate about this thing, and I thank you guys for spending all the time and listening to everybody. I know it's a broken record a lot of times. And on that same message, I'm a public servant just like you guys are, and I'm going to try to tell you the same exact stuff like everybody else has told you guys there, but as a public servant, sometimes you're sucking eggs, and it's not fun. You got to listen to people say stuff over and over again. But on the same rate, as a public servant, it makes it a little bit uncomfortable to be out here, just as uncomfortable as for me to talk to everybody in front of you guys, and I'm not always in this situation. But what's more uncomfortable is restricting and alienating constituents to not have the ability to come here and actually tell their stories and the reasonings behind what they're so passionate about. Because not only is it disrespectful to people that are also commuting in from other towns, but restricting the time that we have to talk also is not that great for people that also have disabilities or the inability to actually speak or have vocal problems that can actually convey these things. It is not in our best interest to restrict that. And respectfully, I would ask you guys, if you had a question of me, that I would give you guys the courtesy and the time to be able to respond, and I could give you that time so I could answer those questions. I work in state rules, and so I have to talk to my constituents, and I have to write fines. And I have to give people the chance to defend themselves. And if I don't do that, what service am I to them as a public servant if I can't do that? You guys understand where I'm coming from on that there. But I'll try to make it short for you guys. I'm trying to keep it under a minute if I can. I know you have an evening to go with the rest of the people here, but as far as the data center, I'm just going to read it straight out here. This is not AI generated. This is straight from my mind, and I usually try to come right on the whim and be able to talk these things, but we voiced our feelings on proposed zoning changes to keep our city safe from infiltration from parasitic data centers. Creating a loophole for these carpetbaggers is to threaten our resources once again. It's incomprehensible. I don't think y'all want to be here another night. If we're here for, a minute at a time, I think there was like 100 and something people here. If we should restrict it down to a minute each, you're going to have probably 300 people here, and it's going to be the same number of people that are going to be doing this thing, and it's going to be just torture as anything. And I respect and I thank you guys for your consideration and actually your votes. And I understand that you all come from different backgrounds and paths, and we all have to collectively have that in a community to create a better community so that we all are on the same page and create a good place. So with that, I thank you guys and I appreciate it. Please consider what I was saying.
Our next speaker is Sonny Summers.
Hi, Sonny Summers, San Marcos resident of 13 years. I was on this podium last time when about 150 plus citizens spoke against the data center recently. I realize you all had a very long night, and it may have been grueling for you to hear all of our personal stories, grievances, and data research on the matter. 3 minutes to speak on this topic that means life and death for many of us is tight, but enough time for us to convey our concern. I was quite relieved when most of you, not all of you, opposed Proposal 2026-04, et cetera, anything is associated with it. In fact, I was going to send each of you who opposed it, the data center, a personal thank you letter for listening to the majority of how we felt. However, upon seeing item 14 on today's agenda to reduce public comment down to 1 minute, I felt again a sense of suppression after feeling many times we weren't being heard. Other cities have reduced public comment to 2 minutes, which faced major scrutiny, but reducing to 1 minute is ludicrous. There is cause and effect. If data centers didn't get this far in our area, so many of our residents wouldn't have shown up in droves to speak against it. None of us want to be here to fight and fight and fight. Please reconsider against limiting our voice. You are again creating potential cause and effect of more angry residents and potentially lawsuits. It's happened in other cities. Also, we are aware of the data center saga is not over. I saw items 10 and 3 on the agenda today, and it kind of appears that we're pushing the noodle around the plate. By doing that, pushing noodle around the plate, it seems like we cannot threaten your reelection, or maybe any decisions would not be heard by us after that. So our voice would not have weight. I'm grieving how a city that seems so balanced, smart, and supportive of residents in the past has turned a page in the name of big tech, and that brings no value to our city. Thanks for allowing me the time to say all of this.
Our next speaker is Bobby Levinsky.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Bobby Levinsky, 248 Camaro Way here in San Marcos. I'm likely the person that's most likely to sue you over the Texas Open Meetings Act in San Marcos because we have done that in Austin. Now, a lot of people reference the prior lawsuit where we raised against the city of Austin for limiting the speaker rules to 1 minute collectively on all items, 2 minutes for collectively on all items. It was pretty awful. I mean, it was hard to make a point. You started speaking really fast, you got really short in what you were saying, and you just really felt unheard and dejected, and I just really don't want that for San Marcos. I am also the one that pushed back on people that said this item was brought with malicious intent. I don't believe it was. I think that, the mayor, you have a background in public, as a public advocate. I think that you value public testimony. You've shown up to all of our meetings. And I get where you're going with it. I also want to go home to my family. I spend way too much time at public meetings, but it's a beautiful thing. I love public testimony. I love public input, and I just hope you preserve it. I'm here to help you on this if you want it. We do have experience raising a lot of Texas Open Meetings Act lawsuits. I provided you a letter with some guardrails that I hope that you will consider, but it's in your emails, but feel free to reach out to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, is Fred Horner here? It's your turn.
Foot fell asleep.
Uh-oh.
Hi, I'm Fred. I'm from here in San Marcos.
Last name?
Horner, H-O-R-N-E-R.
Thank you.
I just wanted to voice my opposition to limiting from 3 minutes down to 1. Some folks can't speak quite as eloquently or as concisely as others. They get a little bit, anxious. They don't have as much experience or education in this kind of public format. So it may take them a while to get to the point. And sometimes I've heard people make a very salient point at the end or more towards the end of that 3 minutes. It's also a matter of some people may have had a stroke. Some people may have had some sort of TBI, traumatic brain injury. Some people may have had any sort of medical condition which precludes them from being able to speak easily enough and quickly enough to fit within those 3 minutes. And I think that if you were to limit that, you're limiting the citizens' ability to have their voices heard and heard meaningfully. So I know they can write emails. I've written emails, not just here, also to the state and to the federal level. I believe that some people, you would be limiting them if you were to try to make it to where they only email. Because some people, they don't know how to read. They're illiterate. And this is the only format that they can come and try to get their point across in. So if I haven't deviated too much, that's my opposition. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. Amber Krayfeld, Sorry.
No, you got it. Hi, I'm Ember Creveld. I want to speak opposing the shortening of citizen comment. And I know that maybe it seems like something that is not a reactionary measure, but it sure is interesting timing right after overwhelming citizen comments. And it feels like an attempt to silence the voice of your constituents. And I know recently, Jane, when you and I spoke at town hall, you told me you weren't running for re-election. And this was in response to me, asking about whether or not you would be voting for the data center. And you said, basically to me, it didn't matter whether or not we re-elected you because you weren't running. But that to me means that you don't really have that much longer to listen to us talk. So the voice of the people is important, even if it keeps all of us up till 3 a.m. I don't think any of us want to be here that long. And 60 seconds isn't enough time for you to make a solid argument or for us. I also want to oppose changes in zoning that would allow approval of data centers without a council vote. I think that it's a wonderful thing that you guys have a voice in this, and I would like to see you fight to continue to have your voice and to continue to have the power over what those data centers, what the development of San Marcos looks like, because a lot of what we talked about with the data center was that environmental regulations would be enforced, the city council would have a voice in this. So if we kind of completely, change course on that, then, I don't know, it makes a lot of what we've said before not make any sense. So I hope that you'll retain your control over data centers and over the zoning for them.
Our last speaker is Emily
Veeb.
Okay.
Thank you. Do I have to say my address and all that? No. Okay.
Just your name.
Awesome. I am Diana Emily Wiebe, or Veeb. I'm here again in regards to all things concerning data centers and them existing on this sacred land. I actually want to start off by saying thank you. The silver lining in all of this has been that I and many of us are finally speaking up. And we are only getting started. Long-term concerns have already been brought up for months, like how would there be any business when the water is gone anyways? In addition, tourism would die off as well. On behalf of someone I met outside, I am also asking if these artificial parasites were to exist on this land and use the water, how are you guys making sure that there will be regulations so that your people will continue to have clean water first? Because in December, sorry if I mispronounced this, trihalometane stuff popped up on our emails. Are you going to be prioritizing people or some robots? How will you ensure the safety of the people or regulations if we already have these kinds of issues? Are you guys even prepared for any possible toxic outcomes? Because if something like that were to happen, what would that mean asking people to also pay for that kind of water? That seems extremely unethical and inhumane. Also, I just want to point out, just out of freedom of expression, that people see you guys are playing hot potato and see right through the BS. I don't know if you think that shortening speech time might silence us or tire us, but the reality is that we're only getting started. More of us are going to speak and show up here or elsewhere. And that's basically all I wanted to say. Thank you guys so much for liberating me from my fear and others from the fear of speaking up. That's been beautiful. Right.
Okay, that is our last signed up speaker. I'm going to go back through the list for those who didn't step forward before. So this is your chance. I'm looking for Mike Harper, Ana Lucia Carbajal, Kat Morris, Cameron Shough, Erica Klodnicki, Matthew Reed, Reagan Gray. If you are any of those people, step forward and give me your name, please.
Hi, my name is Reagan Gray. I'm here today to use my full 3 minutes, as allotted to me, to speak against the approval of item number 10 and subsequently item number 14. One would think that after the massive public outcry that y'all witnessed 2 weeks ago, that we would not be sitting here again discussing data centers. Y'all already know how the city of San Marcos feels about these vultures coming to leech off of our land. But this isn't exactly the same thing, is it? Item number 10 is something that is far more sinister than just approving a singular data center. Item number 10 proposes a streamlined approach to approving the zoning for a data center by creating a special category for it. But what it's really doing is handing over the decisions that affect San Marcos's future to an appointed, not elected, committee that have no real responsibility to the people of San Marcos. Also that y'all can rid yourselves of the headache that comes with the constituents that band together to oppose the construction of their own destruction. You want it out of your hands and subsequently out of ours. What will you tell us in the future? Will you say it was out of our hands when we come and ask where the water is, when our homes burn down, when the river we rely upon in the summer as a refuge is little more than a trickle, and our faucets spew orange sludge? That is the reality of life by a data center. That is the future you force onto all of San Marcos if you vote to pass item 10 today. You've already heard the science, you've already heard the environmental concerns, and the alarming statistics about Texas water supply for over a year and a half. What more evidence do you need that this is not in the best interest of the city of San Marcos and the people who live here? My father grew up here, I grew up here, in a house that he and my uncles and grandparents built by hand. They farmed the land and ranched the land here. We were great stewards of it, and in turn, the land took care of them and us. My father grew up with no air conditioning or indoor plumbing, but who needs that when you have a creek that runs behind your house? Except that creek isn't here anymore. It used to be 10 feet deep. Now it's simply puddles over gravel. What happened to Blasingame Creek is happening to all of Texas's water. I'm 23 years old. Over the course of my life, I've seen the Guadalupe River go from a raging force to a trickle. I've seen the San Marcos River sink 3 feet. What more are you willing to lose? City Council, if you don't know my face set, you will. I will continue to be here. I will continue to speak. I will continue to stay here until the wee hours of the morning because this matters. This matters for my future, for the future of my children, of my family, of my ancestors, that I want to be able to live on the land that I have stewarded, that my family has stewarded for generations. This is a fight for Texas's future.
And your time is up.
Thank you.
Our next speaker, what's your name?
Kat Morris.
Okay.
Hello, City Council. I also oppose items 10 and 14. We ask that you not take away 67% of the little comment period we have. As a community, we all have different things to bring to the table, and it's important that we hear from people who have facts and research, but also emotion and love for the community. Just 2 meetings ago was my first time speaking at City Council, and it made me really nervous at first. Ultimately, my voice was heard, and I knew I was a part of the win that happened at the previous meeting. I know it can get redundant, but the redundancy is important for you to hear. Please also be transparent to us about what you are doing with the AI data centers. These confusingly worded items on the list feel sneaky and like you're trying to undermine the public's understanding of what's happening. I yield the rest of my 3 minutes, but the fact that I haven't made public speaking at the City Council meeting more approachable.
Our next speaker, your name?
Ana Carvajal.
Okay.
Hi, City Council. Thank you for hearing us out tonight. I also want to speak to items 10 and 14, and I want to say this also is my second time speaking at council, and just being able to experience all of this has been a really interesting journey, being able to listen to my neighbors and my community and learn so much from people that live down the street from me that I see at HEB. It's been really eye-opening to just hear all types of people. Even though many of us we are learning as we're going, and like hearing lawyers, scientists, professionals, people that really like put in so much time with these comments and this research and educating us, like the residents that want to know more, that want to be able to speak and like be part of this. Like you really see that outside, like how many people are asking and just like so curious to see what's happening. And I think being able to just like have the opportunity to speak 3 minutes is really just like important. I think if it was only 1 minute, it'd be a lot harder and just like trickier. And a lot of us are not used to public speaking. The last time I did this was in like college. And so being able to like kind of tap back into this and like work with my community and like learn about what's going on, learn how to read the agenda. Like I had no idea what anything on the agenda meant until like people had to like really like send out messages of like, okay, these are the things that are important. This is the things that we're facing. So I think it's important to, have the opportunity to have those 3 minutes. And also on number 14, I think it is, or sorry, I flipped them. I think that was 10 or 14. But also, it seems like the greenwashing of the data center is kind of really also problematic because we want to be part of that. We want to be part of that discussion. And because it's going to affect us regardless if it's not going to be in this conversation, it's going to affect Central Texas. So I think being able to have transparency through all of that is really important. And I yield my time, but thank you for listening.
Okay, and that is our last speaker. We usually take a break every 90 minutes. We've been here much longer than that. So council, we will take a break. It is 7:51 now. If you could be back at 8:05. Thank you. Thank you. We have returned from our break. It is 8:04, and we have concluded citizen comment. And so we are now to the consent agenda. The following ordinances, resolutions, et cetera, numbered 1 through 6, may be acted upon by one motion. No separate discussion or action is necessary unless a council member pulls this item. If so, we will act on that after the public hearings tonight. Council, anything anybody wants to pull? I would entertain a motion to approve items 1 through 6.
Second.
Mr. Scott made the motion. Mr. Gonzalez made the second. Ms. Trevino, are we push button voting tonight? Yes. Hot dog.
All right, the motion passes 6-0 with 1 absent.
All right, on to the public hearing portion of our program. Item 7, Ms. Trevino.
Yes, ma'am. Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2026-06, adopting youth program standards of care for 2026, providing a severability clause, providing the repeal of any conflicting provisions, and declare an effective date, and consider approval of ordinance 2026-06 on the first of 2 readings.
Okay, first, we will have our presentation. I see them coming into the room.
So tired.
Oh, Ms. Trevino, can we get the public hearing sign out? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jessica Ramos, Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. There's no formal presentation because it's kind of a long document, but I'm here to answer any questions you may have for our youth programs standards of care.
Okay, I need to hold the public hearing first.
Okay.
Okay, so I will open the public hearing. That is the item 7 on the youth program standards of care for 2026. This is something that we do every year at about this time. Council? Yes, no, thoughts? Everything good?
On the youth program?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, the only thing I put in the message board, I know that we had a plan as it relates to, I just felt like since we have other, fire, other emergencies, when it comes to active shooters, if we can just put some language in there articulating what we already do.
Ms. Rodriguez?
Absolutely.
I'm sorry.
I'm
gonna
sorry,
let you
I thought it
finish
was
with that,
open.
But I've got to open the public hearing and close it.
Oh, why were we
and then
asking
have a motion.
questions?
It's a public hearing. Finish your thought.
But, okay.
Finish your thought.
Motion to, oh, no, I mean, that's my thought. But, I mean, why were questions being asked if the item wasn't opened?
And the item has been open. We had a bit of a presentation, and I need to have the public hearing.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, I know, I got lost too.
okay.
Did you want to finish that?
That's my thoughts. I put them on the message board, so I know y'all know.
Okay. Then I'm going to open the public hearing, which I think I already did. Not seeing anyone at the podium, I will close the public hearing, and at this point, I am looking for a motion.
Motion to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Scott, seconded by Ms. Rodriguez. Discussion. Your questions were answered. I'm not seeing any conversation, so we'll vote. Hold on, wait till it's blinking. I know, me too. Now they're blinking.
The motion passes 7-0.
All right, if you would read item 8, please.
Yes. Receive a staff presentation and hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2026-07, granting to C Energy LP DBA C Energy the right, privilege, and franchise to construct, install, extend, remove, replace, abandon, operate, and maintain its facilities within public rights-of-way of the city of San Marcos, Texas, for the transportation, delivery, sale, and distribution of natural gas, containing other provisions relating to the foregoing subject, providing for severability, including procedural provisions, providing for approval on the 3 readings of the ordinance, and providing an effective day and consider approval of ordinance 2026-07 on the first of 3 readings.
Okay. Do we have any type of presentation on this, Ms. Reyes?
Yes, Mayor, I can handle
Mr.
this
Gary,
one.
okay. Yes, go ahead.
And we do have some folks here if you need additional information. Sam Aguirre, City Attorney. This is a franchise agreement, and if you read that caption, it seems a little mysterious, but really it's a fairly simple concept. A franchise agreement is just a license that the city grants to people who want to be in our rights-of-way. Any utilities like Blue Bonnet, different water supply corporations that run pipelines through our streets.
Cable company?
Yes, cable and telecoms also have franchises, and one distinction is that the state grants those. Years ago, the city had direct contractual agreements with those, but the state, because of federal law, now grants the franchises to telecommunications. We still receive money, but we don't get to approve the terms of those agreements like the old days. But C Energy is a natural gas company. One thing I want to point out, so a franchise just sets out the terms and conditions that we will allow them to be in the streets. It establishes fees for the privilege of using our streets and rights of way, just like a form of rent. And one of the things that's important to note is all franchise holders have to be treated equitably. So when we come to you with an agreement like this, we come to you with terms and conditions that are more or less comparable to any other franchises we have in terms of the requirements they have to do work in our streets, permitting and reviewed by the city, and also the fees themselves. Next slide, please. C Energy is a natural gas company serving primarily new and single-family residential developments. They currently do not have any infrastructure in the city, but they're still seeking the franchise in the event any developments come online that they might be able to serve. And again, typically residential. Next slide. The other thing is, unlike water providers, for example, that have a CCN, a Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, to provide utilities within a certain geographic area. Just for example, the city has CCNs to provide water and wastewater service. Well, natural gas companies, they're all regulated through the Railroad Commission, and they can provide service anywhere in the state. They're still subject to terms of a franchise agreement with any cities that they're located. The term of the agreement is for 5 years, and here's the big thing for the city. It's the money we get from these companies for the privilege of being in our streets. For any infrastructure that is installed within the city, the agreement provides that the company will make quarterly payments equal to 5% of gross receipts for gas sold in the city and 7 cents for every 1,000 cubic feet of natural gas transported through any lines in the city. Again, right now, we are not receiving any fees from the company because they don't have the infrastructure, but if they develop in the next 5 years, that's what we would collect. And again, that's comparable to other rates for other franchisees in the city. We do have a representative from the company available online. I think he's still online if you have questions. If not, that's all I have tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
And this is standard?
Yes, ma'am. It's comparable terms and conditions to previous. And actually, this is essentially renewing. They had a franchise from 2019, and they wanted to continue with it for another 5 years.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone who wishes to speak on item 8, a franchise agreement with, I don't know if it's SI or C, SI Energy. Anyone wishing to speak? Now is the time. For, against, or about? Anyone? Okay, I will close the public hearing.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Ms. Rodriguez, seconded by Ms. Garza. Council, any discussion? We can vote.
Motion passes 7-0.
All right, item 9.
Yes, ma'am. Let me clear this off. Receive a staff presentation and hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against the use of $740,000 in Community Development Block Grant funding for fair housing, housing and community development needs, and the selection of projects for the 2026-2027 Community Development Block Grant Entitlement Funding, and provide direction to staff.
Presentation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terry Floyd, Director of Planning and Development Services. Tonight's item in front of you is a public hearing, and tonight during our staff presentation, I'm just going to go over just the public input opportunities tonight. This is one of 2 that we'll have. Very standard. You see this annually as part of our obligations for our CDBG allocation, and we'll also give a quick overview of our CDBG, or Community Development Block Grant Program. And so the Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG, is a federal funding that's allocated to the city of San Marcos annually. In order to receive the funding, the city has to decide programs and projects to be accomplished, and those have to be in lockstep or with all the federal obligations, and they submit an action plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, or HUD, by August 16th of every year. And the city must hold 2 public hearings and a 30-day comment period between those hearings when they're developing the plan. This year, we started the process just a little bit early. You typically see that public hearing a little bit later, and then the second public hearing in August. And this year, we moved it back a little bit, mostly because the last meeting, or the first meeting in August would be the last right before the submission deadline, and if there were any changes or whatever, we're typically right up against that deadline. So I want to start this process a little bit earlier with you this year to allow for that to come back later in July, on July 7th, for the council consideration. So up here you can see our proposed public input process. Again, you can see in February there was a workshop. On March the 3rd, today is our first public hearing. April 7th, we'll bring it back to you for the recommendations and the City Council public hearing number 2 that's required. May starts our 30-day comment period, and then we're back here in July for a presentation of the final recommendations to move forward. Next slide, please. So just a quick recap, this evening's hearing is to receive just general comments on fair housing, housing itself, community development needs that can be addressed using the CDBG grant. Speakers can also describe specific uses of funds they would like to see. Again, those have to be in compliance with federal guidelines, and the staff will review that. And the review committee will take these comments into consideration as we work through the final list of recommendations for the funding to bring to you. And then April, again, we'll bring those recommendations back to you. Next slide, please. So now just, I'm sorry, next slide, yep. So now just kind of a quick overview of the program and what its purpose is. So, you know, the overall purpose of CDBG is really to promote the development of a viable urban communities, provide decent housing, suitable living environment, and expanded economic opportunities, principally for peoples of low to moderate incomes. And that's a key factor that's set. And of course, in San Marcos specifically, we have high priorities of affordable housing, public services, public facilities. What's required is projects and programs must serve low to moderate income individuals and work to eliminate slum and blight. Next slide, please. So annually, the city receives approximately $740,000. And of course, that's set by federal allocation. That's set through the federal budgeting process. Sometimes we know that number early, and sometimes that budget takes a little bit at the federal level to get to. But generally, we're around $740,000 annually. And of that, there are specific limits or caps on areas of that can be used. Projects looking at about 65% annually we spend, 15% cap on social services. And then administration that we take for helping with staff salaries and administration of the program can be up to 20%, or about $148,000. Again, one of the key things is about $481,000 of this is used for projects or available after the social service administration pieces are out. Next slide, please. So who's eligible to apply? And there's a list there really looking at public, private, nonprofit agencies. Often see that. Public housing authorities, churches, other religious institutions, the county, the school district, and of course ourselves here at the city for that. So there's application process underway. And we take those annually and then bring the recommendations back to you. Next slide, please. Projects either have to have a direct benefit or an area benefit. And what that means is direct benefit or beneficiaries have an annual income of 80% of the area median income. That's a direct benefit. So that may directly help individuals, whomever. Additionally, if it's an area benefit, the project then serves an area that's primarily residential and where at least 51% of the residents are making an annual income less than 80% of the area median income. Next slide, please. So some of the eligible expenses for social services programs include labor, supplies, material, direct expenses of running a human services program, like salaries, supplies, and overhead, rentals, and utilities. So those are some of the expenses that can be used for those grantees. Next slide, please. In San Marcos, sorry, next slide, please. In San Marcos specifically, CDBG has been used for a number of things. We talked about some of those as we talked about some of the things in your visioning and some of our concepts for housing here in San Marcos is used for housing repair, park upgrades, major ADA sidewalk updates, social services. So as part of the grant, the city also promotes knowledge of those fair housing requirements. The projects demonstrate the type of things that the grant can be used for. So we always encourage agencies that might be applying to contact our CDBG offices, describe their proposed program, project, so we can determine the eligibility and looking at all the rules and regulations for the grant. And I would encourage you, if you've never seen the rules and regulations for the grants, a lot of reading involved in that. So again, encourage people to contact our staff to discuss that. Next slide, please. Sorry, next slide. So as I mentioned, the purpose of tonight's evening is just a public hearing to obtain comments on the needs of San Marcos that could be assisted by the CDBG grant, and also to take any specific ideas for activities to be funded. And with that, that concludes my presentation. We'll be bringing it back to you in April.
Okay. I will open the public hearing on item 9. Is there anyone who wishes to speak for, against, or about this item? Item 9. There being no one rushing to the podium, I will close the public hearing.
Motion to
And-
approve.
Second.
No, I'm wondering, do we
We
need?
might not need that, actually.
No, I'm thinking we don't
It's just-
need
yeah.
a motion, do we? I'm looking,
Apologies, habitual.
Mr. Pentalian, Mr. Floyd? I don't think so. I think this is
Y'all
a
are
public hearing
correct.
to let everyone know this is happening. We invite their comments.
Absolutely.
Come on down. Okay. But thank you. for your-
Amanda's not on her game today.
Thank you
Sorry.
for your willingness to get this moving on, but we can discuss. Yes. Okay. In which case, moving on. So, and we will hear something on April 7th. So we are on to item 10. This will be our last public hearing. Ms. Trevino,
Mayor.
get a good drink of water and, yeah.
Okay. Receive a staff presentation, hold a public hearing to receive comments for or against ordinance 2026-08, amending the city's development code and associated design manual to, among other things, update applicability and processes for certain development permits, update provisions concerning parkland dedication requirements, establish an optional development overlay regulating plan to accompany zoning changes requests, providing standards for new and emerging development types within the land use matrix, update and clarify landscaping and tree mitigation requirements for new development, correct typos and inconsistencies, and update the code to reflect recent changes to state law, providing a savings clause, providing for the repeal of any conflicting provisions, and declare an effective date, and consider approval of ordinance 2026-08 on the first of 2 readings.
Okay.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Terry Floyd, Director of Development Services. And I'll be turning this over to our Assistant Director of Planning and Development Services, Andrea Villalobos, for the actual presentation. But I want to see just a few words before we started tonight, to talk just a little bit about the plan. And as you know, this plan was authorized by council, and it was given direction by council to move forward last summer. So this plan has been around for a while. It's been a lot of work by staff, and of course, tonight mentioned a lot of the amendments and the technical side of things. I think that Andrea may mention, but there's 200 to 300 different amendments and things we've looked at, various stakeholder meetings, public meetings, and Andrea will talk a little more about the process. I just want to bring forward that that's also been online, a very transparent process, been open throughout the entire time, the amendments and so forth on our website. And I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work that's really taken place over the last year, for which I was here of 11 weeks of it. But just kind of briefly that, hard work of course, Andrea, David Soto, our planning manager, who helped lead this. Some of the chapters that you see, certain staff members were assigned those as we worked through each piece of that to help write that and continue to refine it and bring it back. And of course, the work of our Planning and Zoning Commission and all the boards, committees, and those who might have met with us publicly to give feedback. We appreciate all that. So that's the document you have in front of you tonight and the work that went into it. And so with that, I'll be happy to turn this over to David. David's going to carry part of this tonight, and Andrea, and they'll get started with the presentation and be available for questions tonight.
Good evening. My name is David Soto, Planning Manager. Like Terry mentioned, we'll be tag teaming. I'll do the first part of the presentation, and Andrea will do the second part. As mentioned, I'm very excited to bring to you for consideration and amendments to the Land Development Code and Design Manual. Vision SMTX, which was adopted in October of 2024, is the San Marcos' long-term plan that sets a vision for the city's future over the next 20 years, including goals for land uses, transportation, the environment, and more. The Land Development Code, which establishes sets of rules that guides new development and how it happens. It is a key tool to set and help put the plan into action. It includes a wide variety of different topics, such as land uses, subdivisions, setbacks, parking, landscaping, environmental regulations. Next slide, please. The design manual as well, it does provide additional standards and guidelines for items such as landscaping, trees, historical preservation, and modification to existing streets. Next slide, please. So I wanted to bring to y'all's attention that we do make amendments pretty much every other year. Some of them are pretty big. If y'all recall, I think we had the code SMTX, and then we had phase 1 and phase 2 in 2019 and 2020. And then we had some minor process improvements in 2023, and then a minor comprehensive plan amendment. So we do pretty much code amendments every other year. Next slide. As previously mentioned, in August of 2025, the San Marcos City Council authorized updates to the Land Development Code and Design Manual. And we had over 320 total edits. Well, what we did was we categorized each edit into 5 key categories. The first one is the compliance with state law. These edits are needed to follow state law or local government code. Process improvements was another category. These edits first started with a running list from staff. We have a document that contains a list of potential edits that we've noticed issues from doing zoning cases or permits, and so that's kind of our starting point for these land development code amendments. We've also received some process improvements edits from a development survey. This survey was sent out to around 6,000 contacts who have had development here in San Marcos. And in addition, we received edits from our public comment period online, as well as our public open house. Clarification, these edits did not change the process, but streamlined for public and staff. The next category is corrections and typos. Again, these edits were just to make revisions to fix or correct. And then others, these edits were made from the comprehensive plan or from city council direction, such as a joint committee. Next slide, please. So the first one I wanted to talk about was compliance with state law. And so in 2025, the 89th Texas legislature passed several significant laws that modified the Texas Local Government Code. There were about 30 laws that were enacted on September 1st, 2025, that affected land use. I just wanted to include a couple of different House bills and Senate bills that had some direct modifications to our land development code. House Bill 24, House Bill 2464, and Senate Bill 1341. Next slide. So before we get started, I kind of wanted to do a rundown of kind of how I'm going to do the presentation. This is an example slide. So on the top, you will see the category that I just discussed of the 5 categories. On the top right, you'll see the edit number, more information on the chapter and the section or topic. A picture of the edit will be on there as well. And then on the bottom, you can find the markup that could be found on page so-and-so of the Land Development Code. Now, with over 300 edits, we will not go over each edit, but we do want to bring up a couple of different edits from different categories. Next slide. So the first edit that I'm bringing to y'all's attention is 2-8. This edit is to comply with House Bill 24. This changed the protest procedures for certain zoning changes for city council. And legal did review and provide an amendment, which we included as a separate document, and we can talk about that a little bit later. Next slide, please. 2-10, this edit is to comply with House Bill 24. And to post information of public hearings on the website as well. Next slide. Edit 3-19 is to comply with state law. This edit consists of a proposed replat that requires a variance or exception that a public hearing must be held and approved by planning and zoning. If it does not have a variance or exception, then it can be approved by staff. Next slide. This edit was to comply with House Bill 2464, and this is to remove any occupancy restrictions from certain zoning districts, as we can no longer regulate it. Next slide, please. So now we'll be going to the category of process improvements. So edit 2-20, this edit modifies when a certificate of appropriateness is required. If it is visible from a public right-of-way, street, or alley, a certificate of appropriateness is required. The language before was not clear and was kind of confusing for staff and for the public. As you can see in the slide, it's like it says 25% of the depth, it says the first 50% of the depth, so it was just very confusing. And so basically, if you can see it from the street or the alley, a certificate of appropriateness will be required.
And could you explain what a certificate of appropriateness is for, just briefly?
Yeah, so basically a certificate of appropriateness is required when there's any modifications to an historical property. And so basically you would need a certificate of appropriateness to go through and get approved by the board.
Thank you.
Yeah. Next slide. 2-21, this edit modifies when a qualified water protection plan is required. This edit also removes the requirement for having an informative meeting with the Planning and Zoning Commission for a qualified watershed protection plan. Next slide. 2-26, this edit revised the alcohol distance variance to align with the conditional use permit expiration. This was regards to Jorge's variance that we had a couple weeks or months ago. And so we were just tying the alcohol distance variance to align with the conditional use permit. Next slide. 3-44, this edit deletes the section due to the complexity and administration of measurements. This does not remove the requirement to meet the minimum lot frontage and block perimeter requirements. Next slide. 3-45, this edit modifies the minimum lot width for lots in the ETJ, subject to an approved interlocal agreement. Next slide. 3-56, this edit clarifies that the first 6 units are exempt from parkland dedications. This was already stated in a different section, so we're just going in and clarifying that. And then also the second part of the edit is to add a cap that the total parkland acreage should not exceed 35% of the total site area. This is important edit for smaller sites. Next slide. Edit 4-12. There are a couple of edits on this table. First is to rename the character district to conservation cluster. There is an edit to add a row for CD5D because we were missing that. And basically we included text stating that it is considered when located within a downtown design context. We added cross-reference to a small area plan, or sorry, to an area plan. We separated public and institutional. And we did revise CD 2.5, 2, and 3 to accommodate them near additional districts where residential is appropriate. Next slide. 4-38, this edit is to allow 0 lot line house and cottage court building types to accommodate additional diverse housing types in CD3 zoning district. Another edit also was for multifamily structures in CD4 for smaller building footprints to promote smaller scale multifamily structures on larger lots. And so we did add an asterisk for multifamily that if individual buildings were less than 5,000 feet, the maximum lot width is not required. Next slide. For edit 5-1, this edit is changing the use from limited to permitted for single-family detached and tiny homes. 2-family cottage courts as the L limited use standards reference occupancy restrictions. So we did revise that because we talked about how we can't regulate any occupancy restrictions. So that was what the edit was going for. Next slide, please. 5-6. So I wanted to spend some time on this slide as to kind of talk about what our land use matrix is. We do get a couple questions on explaining what really, and I just wanted to spend some time on this, but our land use matrix is table 5.1, and this indicates allowable uses based on certain zoning districts. So you can see on the first column on your left is different types of uses. And the top row is all the different zoning districts. And so, as you can see, if you see a C, basically means that a conditional use permit will be required in zoning districts. If you see a P, that means that the use is permitted. And if you see a dash, a use is not permitted. And so we do try to regulate, do try to update this frequently. Sometimes we do get emerging trends and new land uses, and so we just want to make sure that we are up to date and adding, these uses into the land use matrix. So this edit specifically is to add microbrewery use to table 5.1. Currently, again, the code was unclear as to where a microbrewery is allowed. Next slide. 5-23, we added a specific definition for microbrewery. So we pretty much have a section for each of those land uses that talk a little bit about that land use. And so we wanted to make sure that we had a definition for microbreweries. Next slide. 5-7, this slide adds the use of a data center to the land use matrix as a separate line item. Currently, a data center falls within the light industrial land use category and is permitted in light industry, heavy industry zoning, and conditional in CD5 and CM zoning. Staff is proposing to further restrict where the use of data centers is permitted in the city limits. And as proposed in the packet, a data center would be conditional in business park and light industrial zoning and permitted in heavy industrial zoning. This is more restrictive than what the code would allow today. Next slide. 5-24, this slide demonstrates new language added to the code to both define a data center and to establish use standards where a data center is proposed, such as setbacks, transitional protective yards, and screening. It is important to note that a data center proposed that if they do have a on-site gas or coal power generation, it would be considered a major utility use, and we require a separate conditional use permit for the major utility use. And so because of this, a data center may require 2 conditional permits. And so one for the data center and then one for the major utility. Lastly, I wanted to point out that a conditional use permit is a process and a step that would be required to any addition to any zoning request or preferred scenario amendment request. The CUP process does not take the place of a rezoning process, but it's rather in addition.
And would you clarify who would be, as recommended, approving what level of government?
Yes. So as of right now, the CUP will be approved by Planning and Zoning Commission.
It would be considered by?
Be considered by.
Thank you.
Next slide. 6-2, this edit adds sensitive feature protection zones to what is required to be designated when a plat is required for development. Next slide. 7-3, this edit would allow on-street parking to be counted toward the minimum parking required for projects in CD5D zoning district. I do want to mention that it is currently allowed for other zoning districts, and so this edit would allow it for CD5 zoning district. Next slide. 7-4, this edit would require minimum bicycle parking for certain uses listed in table 7.1. Excluding single-family detached or single-family attached, accessory dwelling units, two-family uses, and community homes. Next slide. 7-10, this edit proposed a new section regarding types of the bike racks and to be installed, location standards, and support graphics to help development so they can refer to this section when a bike rack is needed. Next slide. And I just wanted to include an edit from the design manual. This was an edit to provide a pollinator plant palette that listed species suitable for planting within the Main Street District in downtown San Marcos. Next slide. And I will be passing it over to Andrea.
Good evening, Council. Andrea Villalobos, Assistant Director of Planning, and I'm going to take over the last few slides here. So we are entering into the council direction category. So edit 210 here shown on the screen is to shift responsibility of creating and installing posted notices from the city to the applicant. So this edit was recommended by the City Council and Planning and Zoning Joint Notice Committee. And it's also important to mention that recent state law specifically allows the city to shift responsibility to the applicant. This is a new addition in state law. So to assist applicants with this change, staff plans to have a delayed effective date in order to allow us to update our applications and forms to make this very clear that this change is occurring. And also to finalize what we're calling a posted signage requirements resource guide. It's really going to be included with all of our necessary applications. And it's intended to assist property owners in a user-friendly template or guide to include both a sign template to provide clear guidance on the size of the sign that needs to be posted on a property, the language that needs to be included, and the location to ensure that we have consistent signs throughout San Marcos for these applications. It's also intended to, this guide is intended to provide deadlines for compliance. So that's going to give an applicant their required deadlines to install a sign and the expectations for how long that sign must remain on the property. I wanted to just address a couple of the message board questions that, if a compliance is not met, staff will not schedule the application onto a planning and zoning commission or a city council meeting, the meeting. Staff is also required, our team is going to be required to confirm and visit the site to ensure that the installation of the signs are there by the necessary deadlines. Okay, next slide. So this is edit 458. This is a new tool that was being added to the code called a Development Overlay Regulating Plan. So this edit is intended to address the council request to incorporate a version of the old Planned Development Districts, they were called PDDs for short, back into the Land Development Code. Some of you all might remember we had these for many, many years, and they were pre-2018 Development Code. And they can no longer be requested today. They're not an option, they're not a tool. So this new Development Overlay Regulating Plan is an optional overlay that can be considered alongside a zoning request. It's similar to how a PDD operated pre-2018. The intent is to provide the council and the community a tool to provide certain assurances on the final uses, the building locations, and the site conditions of a property, and could accommodate any zoning map amendment in a conventional residential, a special, or a character district zoning district. So again, this is really about trying to provide assurances through the zoning process. So a component of this overlay is what's called a regulating plan. And that could include guidance on things like uses, setbacks, parking, or other standards. Today, the code offers two similar tools. So there's two similar tools in our code today. The first being what's called the Planning Area Regulating Plan, and that is only associated with planning area zoning districts. We only have one of those in San Marcos today. And the second similar tool is the Neighborhood Regulating Plan associated with rezoning to neighborhood density zoning districts. So this new tool offers council and planning commission some additional options for other types of zoning districts. So again, I want to touch on a few responses I provided on the message board today for this topic on how this differs from the prior PDDs of the past. Again, we don't allow these today to be requested, but many do exist on the ground in the city that were done years ago. So unlike a PDD, which allows development waivers and variances to the code, a development overlay regulating plan only allows more stringent requirements. So this tool would function more like a restrictive covenant. For example, if an applicant is requesting a zoning district, and that zoning district only allows a maximum building height of 3 stories, you could use the regulating plan to reduce it to 2 stories, but you could not increase it to 4 stories. So staff recommends, and the reason we're doing this is staff recommends that waivers and variances, those should be considered as part of the normal code process through conditional use permits, alternative compliance requests, or variances. So the last point I want to make on the distinction between PDDs is that PDDs are very challenging to administer and function as separate, unique development codes that are only applicable to individual properties throughout the city. And so this causes inconsistencies in standards from property to property based on the PDD that's adopted, and in some situations can cause vesting issues, which is a property could be vested to old standards, and so no new code amendments that are adopted by council would be subject on those properties, are applicable. And so those are just some of the considerations that led us to sort of draft this new tool in the way that we did. So next slide, moving on to number 8.3. This new text provides refined definitions for different types of sound so that it's clearly understood and defined. Things like amplified sound, acoustic sound, background sound. These edits were recommended by the Joint Planning and Zoning and City Council Conditional Use Permit Committee. Next slide. So this is our last category. It's our clarification edits. Edit number 2.6 is to just add a row in table 2.1. This is table 2.1 is just the table that summarizes all the processes of our applications. And we noticed that demolition delay was just missing from the table. So it doesn't change anything about the process for demolition delay, it just adds it to the summary table. Next slide. Edit 518 removes the extra reference to number of rooms within different hotel types. So this is just unnecessary text. The number of rooms associated with a bed and breakfast and a boutique hotel and a hotel motel, they're very clearly defined in the code, and so this was just repetitive text that we wanted to remove. Next slide. This is the last edit I wanted to highlight, which is 6.7. So this edit revised and reorganized the section alongside, we worked with our city arborist on this as well, on tree mitigation and preservation, so that it was easier to read and understand. We also clarified what must be included in a tree survey, so we kind of provided some more specifics there to make it very clear. And then we also updated some graphics that you'll see in the code, kind of showing how to measure trees. And that's just to provide some guidance to go along with the actual text. Okay, next slide. This is a look at our timeline. As previously mentioned, we received initial authorization from City Council on August 19th, 2025 to pursue these amendments. Following that authorization, staff provided multiple opportunities for community and stakeholder input that contributed to new and/or refined amendments based on the feedback we received. So we hosted an open house on October 9th, where the public commented on the proposed edits. 25 community members attended this event, and 14 comment cards were collected that were a framework for collecting those comments. Community input at that meeting directly impacted a few of the proposed amendments that you see in the code. From September 29th to October 26th, staff hosted an online comment period on our interactive online comment platform called Conveo. We had 297 people interact with this tool, and 74 total comments were made on this tool. We also had a development stakeholder survey, which David mentioned, that was sent to all applicants, contractors, and property owners that have submitted a permit in the city since 2012 to receive additional feedback on both the development process and the land development code edits. 91 surveys were completed. Each survey contained about 40 questions, and so a total of about 3,600 comments were received as part of that process. We also did have a stakeholder group that we were also interacting with at this time as well. So in total, 418 total responses were submitted since we kicked off the code update. Staff has reviewed and analyzed each comment that we received and recommended the edits that are shown in your packet. We have provided informational updates to Historic Preservation Commission on October 2nd, 2025, Planning and Zoning Commission on October 14th, 2025, Parks and Recreation on October 23rd, Neighborhood Commission on October 19th, and the adoption process included and requires a recommendation by Planning and Zoning Commission, which was held on February 10th, followed by City Council today, and second reading consideration, which is scheduled for March 31st. Next slide. So on February 10th, 2026, the Planning and Zoning Commission voted 6-0 to recommend approval of the development code with 5 amendments, and I'm going to walk through those on the next slide. So just a note, staff did include all of those P&Z amendments, and we incorporated them into the version of the code that's in your packet. And then if you're looking at the justification table, we highlighted those for you so that you could clearly see where the amendments occurred. Next slide. So P and Z amendment number 1 was to keep the word density in the name of all neighborhood density zoning districts. So a little background on this one. Staff had actually recommended to remove the term density from the name of the neighborhood density districts because we did receive some citizen comments requesting that it be removed. Furthermore, every housing unit and every business is a form of residential or job density. And so the term density doesn't really make sense in the name of a zoning district because anything that is built in any zoning district is density. Next slide. P&Z amendment number 2 removes if applicable and replaces it with at the option of the applicant with regards to new text proposed to require that applicants who are going through a plating process give us some background on the significance of new street names that they're proposing. Staff originally proposed the original language that was in the P&Z packet because we did receive direction from City Council during a prior meeting that was something that you all wanted us to include. Next slide. Amendment 3 deletes the words non-consecutive hours from the definition of a restaurant associated with on-premise consumption of alcohol within the central business area, or CBA, which is essentially just the core part of our downtown. So it removes the term non-consecutive hours, and the full sentence is the business must serve meals to customers at least 8 hours each day the business is open. So staff originally included the language as originally taken to P&Z because, again, it was proposed by the Joint Planning Commission City Council CUP Committee. Next slide. Amendment 4 is very simple. It's just a reorganization of text to improve the readability of our accessory dwelling unit section of the code. Amendment 5 is to revise the criteria for approval of a conditional use permit to add 2 new criteria to be used by staff when analyzing property owner request for a conditional use permit. So this amendment was discussed and received consensus at the February 4th, 2026 Planning and Zoning Commission City Council Joint CUP Committee meeting, but you notice February 4th was just a month ago, so we just didn't have time to get it into the packet, so we wanted to propose it, or the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended that amendment. Okay, next slide. So finally, staff recommends approval of the development code and design manual as presented in the City Council packet with the addition of 2 amendments. So the first staff amendment is to revise section 5155B7, which is related to on-premise consumption of alcohol within the central business area, again in our downtown, to require that restaurants within the central business area be responsible for cleaning the area within 100 feet of any exit instead of 50 feet of any exit. And so this amendment was discussed and recommended by the Joint Planning and Zoning Commission CP Committee at their February 4th, 2026 meeting. But again, that was just so soon, we didn't have a chance to get it in. And then amendment number 2 on the next slide. This is, David mentioned or alluded to this earlier in the presentation. This is, there's a 2-page document in your packet that revises section 2242 review authority regarding protest language to align with what the state recently passed. And this is new state legislature language in section 211 of the Texas Local Government Code. So we need to update our development code to match. So this doesn't actually change any of the substance of what we originally had in the code. But it just rearranges the text a little bit to provide clarity, and we realized we had actually duplicated text twice, so it didn't make sense, so we needed to avoid the duplication. So that is in your packet. It's titled Staff Amendment Number 2, and we did review this with the city attorney as well to button it up. And then there was some edits that I had mentioned on the City Council message board today in my responses. I'm happy to walk through those. I did provide a summary documentation of those edits as well, and so I can answer any questions on those. And so I would like to conclude by thanking all of our staff members who worked really hard on this development code, to all of the different citizens and the board members who attended our open houses and provided comments, and then to City Council for also providing us a lot of that direction. This concludes my presentation, and myself, David, and Terry are here if you have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, I will now open the public hearing on item 10. For those of you who signed up in advance, I'm going to go through that list. If you did not sign up, then I will ask for those folks to come in. We will need you to sign the form there near the podium to give us your name and address, and you will need to state your name and address when you speak. Why? Oh, you've got to go. Okay. Mr. Mendoza has a work obligation, and he doesn't want to walk out while people are speaking, so he just.
I don't want to do that to anybody there.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, guys, I appreciate it.
We understand. Okay, thank you. I had forgotten that. Okay, so I will open the public hearing, and the first 5 are Amber Lunsford, Crispy Polanco, Matt Garrison, Gina Fleming, and Kara Finlayson. So if you are Amber Lunsford, it is your turn.
Thank you.
And the same 3 minutes applies here, and you heard all that earlier.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Amber Lunsford. I live at 1312 Baylor Avenue. I am opposed to the new land code in regards to the data centers. I don't think they should be permitted in business parks or light industrial areas for the very nature of what they are. They take up huge amounts of our utilities, our water, and offer very few jobs in return. As we've heard in the last meetings, many of those jobs are even remote. So people who don't even contribute to our county's economy, not to mention the tax breaks that these get. So there's really not a worthy trade-off there. Also, for the health risks and the heat dome and the other environmental risks that they pose to the environments around them, they should only be allowed in heavy industrial zones. I talked last time about the water that these data centers use, and we've all heard it millions of times, probably, with all the information out there in the news as well. But something that I didn't talk about is the Cloudburst data center, which it isn't in our county, but it relates to our water use. And they state on their website that they plan to become a 1.2 gigawatt data center, which is crazy. By that regard, we're already maxing out our water supply. And so if we can do the most that we can to listen to all the residents who have come here to comment and to oppose these data centers as strongly as we can, we need to take consistent action in every step of power that we have as a local government and economy to disincentivize them to come here. And so they should not be permitted at all in business parks or light industrial zones. We could even step further to say they shouldn't be permitted anywhere in our city, because the residents have spoken time and time again that we don't want these taking our water. We don't want these creating heat domes and increasing the risk of cancer and all the other health risks that people have talked about. But I want to go back to the Cloudburst 1.2 gigawatts. I talked about the International Energy Agency and the study they did last time, which was commissioned by our own U.S. Congress this year. And according to those standards, the Cloudburst data center is projected to use the same amount of water as 78,000 households, or 2,200,000 gallons of water per hour. Now, on the conservative side, that's more than double the water use of the entire city of San Marcos. And so we need to take decisive and aggressive action to oppose data centers strongly in every way we can, including with this code. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Crispy Polanco.
Mayor, before Mr. Polanco speaks, could we make sure that the audible notices are?
They were working on that, and I need to watch, but if you see it, and I'm taking notes on what the person's saying, yeah.
Cool.
You can all help, so thank you. Crispy Polanco, it is your turn.
Well, thank you for that. It almost makes me feel a little bit bad for some things, but Crispy Polanco, 669 Bandera Street, Saddlebrook neighborhood here in San Marcos. Kind of wondering if, I mean, I only got 3 minutes, right? And there's a lot of things, but I'm wondering if any of you have ever read the book or seen the movie Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, where in the beginning of the movie, the fleet of aliens known as the Vogon show up to Earth to demolish Earth. And when they hear the outcries of humanity, they're like, well, there's no point crying about it because the notice was posted in your local development office in Alpha Centauri. If you get why I'm bringing that up, then you get it. If you don't, well, then I guess you don't. If it also seems like I've been a little disrespectful tonight, well, that's because in my current place in life, like I just don't have time for the civil politics of polite society anymore. And really, I think adding to the agenda, even if it's just a discussion, further limiting our time from 3 minutes to 1 minute showed a complete lack of respect for the people of San Marcos. And then there's this matter of item 10, which I would point out that back in August, I remember that it was Jane Houston that rather excitedly thought that Business Park was a good idea for data centers. And I know city staff is trying to, I wonder if I can maybe get the public to start calling city staff the Vogons, I don't know. But they're trying to make it sound like this is gonna be more restrictive. I don't see that. I heard Jane out in the lobby tell somebody that it was a dare of some sort. So you want to dare companies that have a bottomless pit of money to come and walk all over you in this city with the complete backing of the federal government and state government? Yay, team. There's so much, I mean, I don't even know where else to go with this. I kind of want to make a point by using all 3 minutes of my time. But I mean, this whole thing just seems like just a buck-ass naked attempt to cut the people out of the process. That's what this is. You might as well just strip down, streak across the football field during a Bobcat game, holding up a sign that says "Screw you." I mean, that's just where I'm at right now.
20
Thank you for that.
seconds. Thank you.
So hey, let's go ahead and use 3 minutes of my time just to stand here and say nothing, just to force you to do it.
Your time is up. Our
Thank
next speaker is Matt Garrison. Is Matt Garrison here? Gina Fleming.
Gina Fleming, 1013 Dartmouth, San Marcos. I may be repeating some of the things of the first speaker. I was a little confused by when the first presenter said that this was more restrictive than it was before. From me looking at the edits, data center was written in red. I didn't see anything crossed out. It seemed everything was an addition in red. I wasn't clear on if we really had anything official as to what data centers were approved for before. So I'm concerned that offering multiple zoning district possibility may be geared more toward expanding different possibilities for the industry rather than protecting the community. And I'm also disappointed that no mention of energy, maximum power capacity, water consumption, pollution, or other environmental concerns or public health issues seem to be mentioned in the descriptions of the zoning criteria. I do appreciate that in most instances, a conditional use permit was being proposed as an additional step forward for approval of a data center within a zoning district, but only if it requires joint approval by P&Z and City Council, which I don't think it was intended to require that. I don't feel a business park designation should be considered appropriate for any data center. And if a zoning designation needs to be made, my vote would be it should only be considered for approval in a heavy industrial district, and only then with the addition of a CUP approved both by planning and zoning and city council. I tried to find some examples of what other communities were doing, and in Lawton, Oklahoma, anything over 2 megawatts for a data center required heavy industrial. So, I mean, we're way over. We don't have any 1 megawatt data centers applying here. So, in addition to the zoning and the CUP, there would need to be consideration of power capacity, energy usage, water consumption, pollution, or other environmental concerns, as well as threats to public health. However, given that most data center water usage comes from energy consumption, given that a 375 megawatt data center is said to consume 5 times more energy than the entire city of San Marcos, and therefore the related water consumption, and given that a 1.2 gigawatt facility has already been approved by the county, the time has already arrived where we need to consider where we draw the line. And my time is up.
Kara Finlayson, she's still here? There she is. Okay, and before she starts to speak, I'm going to call the next 5. Abigail Lindsay, Regina Vanberg, Erica Klodnicki, Maxfield Baker, and Jessica Moreno. Okay.
Hi, I'm Kara Finlayson. My speech might be a little bit confusing because I was intending to talk about the moving 3-minute comment down to 1 minute. But I think I'm at the wrong time. But anyway, sorry. It kind of proves the point, though. This is the 3rd time that I've come to speak. I'm learning every time. I wanted to let you guys know that February 17th, that crazy long meeting was one of the best nights of my life. I feel really honored that I got to come and speak with you, that I got to hear all of my friends and community members speak about something that they were so passionate about and really bare their souls to you. I thought that y'all would be impressed and proud of your community members, all the research that they did, even when this is not their job. They had jobs on top of it. They have children at home. They really impressed me. So I was really surprised to hear that, Mayor, that you were wanting to reduce the talking time. One of the things that concerns me is that it's not just a 3-minute speech, it's actually a 3-minute interaction. And y'all know that I'm all about relationships, so it's trust. It's really about trust. They came here and they bared their souls to you and they trusted you. It's tricky to be so vulnerable and do it so quickly. It's something that we're losing in this day and age because what we can just get behind a computer screen or be on our phone and type out the perfect message and then go back and edit it later if it wasn't exactly how we wanted to come off. So for us to be able to come in here and look you in the eye and tell you what we think is a very special opportunity. I don't think that you really want to hear a fire hose of data for 1 minute when you could actually have a couple of pauses to integrate the information that you're receiving. I know that was one of the things you were concerned about, Mayor, is that you were hoping that we'd be a little bit more concise so that you could get more people in and get out of here sooner. But I think it's very important to have those pauses where you get to take a second to really hear what a person's saying and process that. It's really tricky to process auditorily sometimes, especially with how much information y'all are receiving. I just feel really grateful. So thank you all very much for giving me your time. Thank you for giving citizens time. Thank you for hearing us. I really appreciate also the vote last time.
Our next speaker is Abigail Lindsay, who joins us online. Abigail Lindsay, are you with us?
Yeah, I'm sorry, my video isn't working, Mayor. Yes,
That's okay.
Abigail Lindsay.
We can hear you.
Yeah, 308 Valley Acres Drive, New Braunfels, Hayes County. I would like to know when city staff added the category of the data center, because I had looked at kind of the revisions before August, and I don't remember seeing the data center as a line item. So when you open it up for the council members, I would like someone to ask when the data center category was added into the documents. Because I'm a little confused by that, because I definitely would have commented. But, you know, as you know, there was a lot going on. We've been fighting them for over a year. So, you know, maybe we missed it. I don't know. But, yeah, anyway, thank you. That's it.
Okay, our next speaker is Regina Vanberg, still here. Erica Klodnicki? She would have been online, but I don't see her. Is Maxfield Baker online? Okay. Let me go ahead and read the next five. It will be Maxfield Baker, Jessica Moreno, and then Reagan Gray, Zachary Tyndall, Saunders Drucker, Gloria Quinn, Bobby Levinsky, and Bobby would be the last one. Are we there?
Hello.
Yeah, your turn.
Cool. Yeah, my name is Maxfield Baker, 314 Shady Lane. I wanted to first start by asking if it's, if the intention of a public hearing is to give folks in the chambers a chance to speak, it would be great if those of us that are online are also asked if we could have any comments. On the last two public hearings, I forgot to sign up online, but I was there and I had my raised hand. And I asked in the Q&A as well, which I eventually got a response to, but it doesn't seem to make sense to have the chat turned off or to have the Q&A not constantly monitored. In case there were technical issues and things like that, I've in the past had to rely on texting someone to let you know that the audio isn't working, and that's not really appropriate or, again, accessible. My comments tonight about the Land Development Code are really rooted in frustration. Our Civics Club has identified the Land Development Code policy 31013, the fee in lieu of dedication policy, as a priority for us to consider as we tackle issues impacting our community and our environment. And we had raised this issue as early as the visioning session at that City Council has in January, in addition to going to the town halls and elevating this issue there, where again, we received no response or feedback or good faith effort to talk about this issue. Then in February 17th, we wrote an email very clearly outlining the questions that we have about this policy, like who is applying and how many are submitted, appealed, and granted, which developments did abide by the parkland requirements as opposed to seeking a payment in lieu of. How much money has been raised and how is that money being spent per section 31015 payment and expenditure, including finding out what parkland assets have been purchased and how much money is currently waiting to be spent. Additionally, trying to figure out who owns or manages these granted applications per section 31016, ownership and management, which properties are city-owned, HOA-owned, or land trusted or in a conservancy, as well as what are the impacts of those different ownership options on the budget as it relates to generating tax revenue. We sent this well-articulated email and wrote it in good faith to start this conversation, but we did not hear back from staff until we wrote a follow-up email on February 26th, where Assistant City Manager Rodney Gonzalez has responded to us. The city has, at the bottom of every city staff email, a customer satisfaction survey that suggests that we should hear back within 1 to 2 days. Ms. Reyes constantly refrains that we shouldn't expect people to be perfect, and I don't think I was. I think we wrote and have teed this up for a reasonable time for response. I'm going to end my time here by saying we should not allow PDDs back into our land development code. There's a reason the community tried to get rid of them, and that the city really should have done more work to make the activists and organizers aware of this land development code change as it relates to data centers. There seems to be a lot of noodle pushing around the plate. I really appreciate that phrase. Thank you.
Jessica Moreno, I think she's online.
Yes, I'm here, Mayor. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. We don't see you yet.
Oh, okay. Let's see.
Now we can.
Hi, friends. Hello again, Mayor and Council members. I've been on the move since my last comment, so want to express deep gratitude to your staff for making these meetings hybridly accessible. Access is so important to these access to these processes is just so important. For those who don't know me, my name is Jessica Moreno. I'm a Maxwell and Hayes County resident, keeping my street address anonymous for safety purposes. And in addition to my earlier comments about agenda item 14, I wanted to express some concerns about this agenda item, number 10. I'm still learning what all these changes would mean, particularly for proposed data centers. It's quite a bit of information to dig through as I tried to prepare for today's meeting. And I'm a little bit more confused now after hearing the presentation. I am not an environmental scientist. I'm a social worker by trade, and I am not an expert in zoning and development. But there are a few things that I want to express about this agenda item that bring me some pause. The first being that I really want to express that planning and zoning appointed commissioners should not have the final decision-making authority over approved data center zone projects or any high industrial projects like data centers. That power really should stay with our representative body, which is you all. I also appreciated hearing from the presentation tonight that the applicant is required to post notification on their land, but I'm really curious to know what happens to that application process if the applicant doesn't follow suit with that within the correct time frame. So would love for that question to get posed tonight. I also want to express that any data center designation should not be permitted in business parks or light industrial zones. I expressed that last time as well, that these are not light industrial projects. These are absolutely high industrial use and should you all should also consider conditional use permits that require consideration for water consumption, energy use that includes associated water use from that energy, backup generator use and the associated environmental impacts of those generators, and lastly, air and noise quality. Anything less, and if those considerations are not included, it would simply be irresponsible to our community's existing needs. I know you all are faced with hard decisions tonight, especially when we all show up like this. And so I just, again, really appreciate your time and attention to all of us as we continue to share our stories and our concerns and work together to find a solution that works for our community and feels right to all of us. So thank you again, council members. Thank you, Mayor, for having us tonight. And I look forward to hearing the conversation.
Our next speaker is Reagan Gray.
Hi, my name is Reagan Gray. I just have to ask.
We need your address, please.
I live in Hayes County. I don't wish to share my street address.
Can you just give us an idea of?
North Craddock.
I was going to say northwest of town or
Yeah.
whatever would be fine.
Northwest town. I do not believe that San Marcos should be making any special considerations or anything at all for data centers. I've already expressed concerns about water use and the protection of our natural resources as they come. We all know that Texas is facing an incredible water crisis in 2047. And there is no, I'm sorry, I'm so tired. There is no regulatory teeth to anything that we have. Like, we can't enforce rules upon these centers once they're built. We don't have any teeth to do that. They can just pay fines. These are billionaires. These are large companies. Like, this is just something that we should not even be playing with. Like, why are we entertaining any of this at all? So, like, just stamping a business park on it, really? It's a business park? What kind of park is that? Do you want your kids anywhere near this? For real, come on. This is just so asinine. Like, data centers do not belong in Central Texas. They don't belong anywhere, period. They're horrid for the environment. They're horrid for, like, our cultural and physical development. Like, I'm an artist. I have been out of work, and I'm very lucky to have a job as a child care provider because I cannot make any money off of graphic design, off of any album cover designs, because people are using data, like AI, funded from freaking data centers. This is just really, really silly. So please, please just stand with your constituents and protecting, our most valuable, precious resources that we rely upon to give us everything. Like, everybody relies on water. And don't hand our town over to people that literally do not care about it, that are not from here, that, like, have no business using our resources. Like, thank you. Good night.
Zachary Tyndall.
My name is Zachary Tyndall, 614 Martin Luther King Drive, San Marcos, Texas. First, I'll say thanks again for y'all's vote a couple weeks ago. I've been at P&Z meetings, I've been at county commissioners meetings, utility district meetings over the last few months. Y'all are the only body that I've seen who has been able to stop, at least temporarily stop, a data center. Obviously, that's very important to me. I think I'm a little bit more optimistic than some of my cohorts. I guess the antidepressants are working. But I would like to see these amendments as an opportunity for y'all as a body to take as much control as possible, again, over whether or not we will allow these data centers into our community. As I said before, I'd like to see these CUPs required for all of the relevant zoning categories, and I'd like to see those CUPs go through y'all, not just planning and zoning. I also had a question, not really an opinion. Hopefully y'all can explain it or explore it. I was confused about the protest threshold moving from 20 to 60%. I understand that was a state level thing. Just while you have us here, I would love a explanation of that. Another thing, and this is a more minor note, again, was, where was it? Oh, dealing with the shifting the responsibility of posted notices from the city to the applicant. Again, just a question, I don't know that I have a firm opinion on this, but if the city has to regulate or like monitor and enforce that the applicant is actually posting these notices, it seems like it would take just as much or less effort for the city to just post the notices themselves. So again, that's not the hill I'm going to die on. My bigger concern is really limiting these data centers and having as much control over them coming to our community as possible in this elected body. So thank you again. Also, I'll just say real quick to city staff, I'm sorry some of us have not been as involved. As I've mentioned before, there's a learning curve to this civic engagement. We're doing our best. We're not just trying to swoop in here in the 11th hour and tell you or at least I'm not trying to swoop in here at the 11th hour and tell you you're not doing your job well. We're doing our best. We all want what's best for San Marcos. So thank you.
Saunders Drucker. Saunders still here? Gloria Quinn. Bobby Levinsky.
Mayor and Council, Bobby Levinsky, 248 Camaro Way, here in San Marcos. I'm never a real big fan of these like amorphous items that have a ton of things happening all at once, because things get lost and things get obscured, and we've got some reading to do, I think, between now and the second reading. One of the major things that I saw just in the presentation that I'm a little bit concerned about, I want to make sure I raise, is I'm not sure why we would want to remove the qualified water management plans from the code. That seems to be, there was no explanation on that, so I'm not sure why it would be recommended. And then, you know, I think a lot of us here are somewhat shocked to see the data center conversation coming up in this item. It's not, I think it's an item that's of significant public interest. I think it's known that people would be concerned about it. To not have it in the posting language doesn't feel right, and I think we should do a better job with our posting for that. With regard to the actual item itself, do not want to see another zoning category where it could be permitted. I think it's going to just result in us having a third bite of the apple with the same exact data center request. They're just going to come in and ask for a business park now. So we'll be back here reliving the last year, and I don't really want to relive the last year again. With regard to the conditional use permit process, I do think that there's a lot of confusion over that. You need the zoning in place, then you get the CUP. So for light industrial, it's adding that process. But I do think that there's some good comments that were raised that having council make that request would be really good. I understand that student housing is an example where you would have to get council approval for a conditional use permit. Data centers are more harmful than student housing, so I think that would be a really good thing to put in there. I also am really concerned about what's not in there. So there's no limits on potable water use for cooling, and that's what I think you're hearing from people. We want to see our potable water used for people, not for data. And with the backup generators, we need to add in diesel generators. That is a huge environmental concern. It's a big contributor to fine particulate matter. These backup generators will operate at least 10% of the year, and they have to have 50% capacity. So when they're online, they're generating a significant amount of fine particulate matter and other air pollutants, and it's pretty easy for them to get a permit by rule. I actually had to file something to try to get a permit by rule that was approved by the TCEQ overturned, and they did it by grouping two different generators together to try to get around the rules, and so they, you know, it's just relying on TCEQ is never really a great thing to do. And then lastly, I'll just say that we also need provisions around just overall energy use, as well as noise restrictions. What's in the code is not sufficient. We need to be looking at how we can protect the people that are around these things. There's some good things in this one, but it's not enough. Thank you.
Okay. Going to run through the list again, and then I'll open it up for those who didn't sign up. Matt Garrison, Regina Vanberg, Erica Klodnicki, Saunders Drucker, Gloria Quinn. Okay, if I didn't call your name and you would like to speak on item 10, now is the time. You've seen that we need your name and address, so there is a paper document over there. So you can fill in your name and your address, and if you're ready to speak, step on up to the podium. And we'll need you to state your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is Bean Ziempa. I'm a San Marcos resident. I live in the south, I don't know how to say it properly, but the south side of San Marcos.
Okay.
I'm here to say no to, I believe it's item 14 and 10, to the restriction of 1 minute for speaking student public comment, and to say no to giving redistricting off to somebody else. I'll try to make this as quick as possible. The people before oligarchs with their data centers, I'm really disappointed on those who voted for data centers. You know who you are. We felt betrayed. I felt betrayed. Most importantly, you turned your back on children and women who are abused by AI's inappropriate behavior, whether it's its violent assaults or undressing women and children with AI. Fun fact, Texas has over 400 data centers. AI is bleeding Texas dry of electricity and water. This isn't including air pollution, noise pollution, and eventually water pollution. As somebody who has PTSD and autism, what may disturb me may not affect you as heavily, but still know that the effects of it is very crucial. Don't be a cog in the machine. As a representative, it is your duty to protect your constituents and to take care of our needs, not to put oligarchs' needs before the people. Oil prices will soon rise, and so will electricity with the current war. Americans have enough on their plates, and we need better job opportunities and livable wages. The bare minimum is not enough. I want people to know that even if you don't have a degree or a fancy job, take me for an example. For somebody who suffered with extreme anxiety, when I first came up to here to talk to you all about the genocide in Palestine, I was mortified. I couldn't speak, but here I am today after practicing again and again, learning to find my voice. With AI, it's essential to recognize that with so many data centers, the pouring emissions that come out will essentially make Texas hotter than a stove. We'll be hitting record numbers of temperature in the summer, and it's only going to get worse. If you didn't know, Round Rock already approved of another data centers, so make it a 401. Thank you.
Our next speaker, if you'll step up and give us your name and your address for the record, please.
Thank you. My name is Epiphany Hodge, and yes, I live in Martindale, Texas, although for safety purposes, I rather not disclose, I decline to disclose my address.
Martindale will work.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for everyone for being here tonight, all of the community and council. I really appreciate what we were able to accomplish. I know we all are here for that common cause that brought us and united us together as a community on February 17th. And as a result of that time, I've been able to learn a lot from this community, just about, the water consumption that has been ongoing. And in regard to item 10, it seems pretty ambiguous to me when the gentleman was going over, I guess, the watershed. It was like I took a picture of it sitting out in the lobby, I think 17, if my memory serves me correctly, 221. He didn't really talk about that. I think an earlier person disclosed that. But it did say something about not having qualified watershed protection. If it was meant to be more restrictive, I don't understand why we'd get rid of the qualification. So if I misunderstood that, please correct me. I'd like to understand that deeper. When we're already in desperate need, where we've been the Edwards Aquifer in terms of drought conditions for the last 6 years. I'm not a biologist, I'm not qualified in this regard. I'm just a concerned citizen, but I've also been close to the Texas Watershed Association, the Save Our River, and the Hays County Master Naturalist for the last year. And I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if these billion-dollar companies are coming in here and, this is the way that wealth moves, where we're just sidestepping the things that we're able to accomplish on February 17th and say no, and instead of allowing ourselves to continue to move with that momentum. I appreciate everything that we were able to do during that time, and I just urge you guys again to continue to ride that wave and, protect the water. Also, it seems pretty frustrating to know that in item 14 that maybe we'd be limited in what we have to say. It took me a lot of energy to even say what I've just said just now. I feel stressed, a little nervous, and 3 minutes to 1 minute. I can already see my time is almost up, and I was in debate in high school, so I feel like that might not be very good for the general public who doesn't have that experience. Thank you again tonight. Bye.
Our next speaker, if you'll give us your name and address, please.
Lucas Kraft, 306 Craddock Avenue, San Marcos, Texas. Thank you for being here, Mayor and Council. I'd just like to state that after February 17th, I feel like it should be very obvious that whether it's heavy industrial or light industrial or a business park, it doesn't really matter. These people don't want this construction in their community. And I think, you know, it isn't even just the city of San Marcos, we're opposing it in the county too. There was a recent meeting at Crystal Clear Water that a lot of these people attended, and they said it was one of the largest attendances that they've ever had. So this is a really hot button issue, and I think, you know, as long as this keeps coming up, then people will keep showing up. So I'd just like to say that I oppose any and all AI data center construction in San Marcos. I'd also like to touch on the item 14, reducing time from 3 minutes to 1 minute. I can understand that council shouldn't have to work late into the night. I think that's fair. But I think there are better ways to go about solving that than issuing a blanket state rule. You know, we can, if there's going to be a large amount of people speaking, then we can work to make sure that every single person, you know, has enough time, but we don't go late into 3 a.m., 2 a.m. I think there can be room for adjustment, but a blanket rule just doesn't make sense for public engagement, and it actually, you know, alienates people from coming up here and speaking because they feel pressured more so than they should. I'd also like to state that in 2014, or excuse me, 2024, the city of Austin was sued by the the Save Our Springs Alliance because the city of Austin tried to reduce their speaking time to 2 minutes, and a Travis County judge ruled with the Save Our Springs Alliance that they violated the Texas Open Meetings Act. So I think that sets a legal precedent, and that should be considered. Thank you.
Is there anyone else wishing to speak? Last call. I'm going to close the public hearing.
Motion to postpone.
I was actually going to call for a break,
That's kind of the same thing.
a recess.
I'd like, I can be real succinct on
Okay.
rationale.
You made the motion to postpone, and you were seconding.
Mhm.
State your case.
I want to first start off with thanks to staff. A lot of people don't understand that staff's job isn't always comfortable, and I don't want to speak for staff without speaking to staff first. But much of what you see in here is more of a checks and balance than them being able to put their feelings, emotions, and thoughts. And so I want to say thank you to all of the work y'all put into the amendments. And the reason for my postponement is because I have taken considerable time, I promise y'all, to go through everything y'all proposed. But even despite that, the mayor asked basically a novel of questions that I haven't even had a chance to go and, you know, read comparing to my questions. And
I'm still trying to digest the answer.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And so I think, you know, when I come from the state side of things, and so when we take omnibus style things similar to this, there's far more time and far more conversation had, and I understand that y'all have had great lengths of conversation, but just given everything with the data center, it's more novel. I'm going to actually ask that we postpone till the March 31st meeting. I also want to give the caveat to invite the public that if you don't already have my contact information, it's on the website. If y'all have ideas, thoughts, concerns, opinions, whatever, please use that time, should the motion to postpone pass, to reach out and bring those concerns so that I can have time to work with city staff too. I don't like surprising.
They can copy me.
And yes, and copy the mayor. I don't like surprising city staff, so I would also like to, you know, loop them in. And I have also amendments that I want to work on but couldn't get to. And so all of that to say, I appreciate y'all taking the time out. I'm sorry it has to be under certain circumstances, but it's much appreciated. And for all of the people who continue to find courage in doing so every time, I really thank y'all. But yeah, so that's where I'm coming from.
Ms. Garza, you seconded it. Did you have anything you wanted to say?
I think Councilwoman Rodriguez summed it up pretty well. I just want to add that, yeah, it's a monster of a document. I really appreciate the vulnerability of our neighbors coming out here and admitting that, like, they were having difficulties getting through it. I think that's really intimidating to come up and voice things like that. And I mean, I served on some of the joint committees that they talked about in the presentation, and it's still confusing to me. But yeah, just echoing what Amanda said, there's specific policy recommendations or resources or ideas, comments, questions, concerns, burning desires. We welcome those via email. My cell phone number is online. I do work full-time, and it's usually like 8 to 5, but I'm down to make some time during the day or during the lunch hour, or if you guys are night owls, I'm down for that too. Yeah, I think we all need to kind of just sit with feedback and ask more questions, get more answers. That's all I got.
I'm going to be okay with the postponement. However, I really wanted to get a couple of amendments through before we went to postponement, because we could have done it that way. And what I want to say is that I already had an amendment prepared that said that data centers would not, that would there be a recommendation by Planning and Zoning Commission, like they do for zoning, that's our standard process, but that it would come to council. So just so y'all know, I had that done this weekend. I looked at that and said, oh no. So anyway, I had that one ready.
Is there any
So
way
we
you
can
could
wait.
upload that to the message board so that our neighbors could give feedback?
I can put this additional stuff when it comes back.
Okay.
And I did see
To
you
us.
flag that for the public. You caught that before I did.
Well, yeah.
And so I'm sorry for introducing the motion to postpone, but even that, I would still want to see your amendments, just like I know you would want to see mine.
No, I'm still okay with the postponement, but I just wanted to make that announcement.
Yeah,
And
I
let
understand.
people know that.
And Mayor, do you want to
We're on
maybe
it.
talk on, since you run the meetings, sort of like the process on second reading and when to anticipate that?
That's
So
what.
that they can be
yes,
prepared?
Due to the postponement, and to let people know that because of spring break, our normal third Tuesday meeting will not be held. And luckily, there's 5 Tuesdays this month, so that meeting is going to be in 4 weeks. It'll be on March 31st. So we've got some extra time. But that's something that I wanted to talk to staff about, is how this will come back to us, because there was a lot of moving stuff happening yesterday and today.
Right.
So there are some things that staff said, oh, thank you, you've caught something, in the typos in the document. And so those, Mr. Pentalian, could those come back to us like in one list and just say, you know, here's what staff is going to bring back to us? Then there's the other amendments, and then I would like to ensure that some of these questions that have been asked this evening, and I'm going to kind of reword this one, but one of the questions is, can we legally keep data centers out of San Marcos by not including them in any zoning district? Can that happen? They can answer it now, or just a separate page of questions and answers. I can explain the business park later. There was a question about the protest threshold, the 60-20%, and also why remove the qualified watershed protection plan. So those were stated in there. There are a lot of things stated, and sometimes it was a little light on why, and that was what some of my questions were. So if we could have a one-pager on these, that would be helpful. But if you could let me know how some of this might come back, because if I just suggest something, that is not for staff to go ahead and make that amendment. I need to bring that amendment forward and see how my council feels about it. So how do we want to go from And I know Ms. Rodriguez is going to have some things. So how do we want to go to the next step?
Sure, and thank you for those questions, Mayor. Because the first reading will be postponed, staff will have a chance to reconfigure the packet to address all of, not only the questions, but also the staff-supported amendments that, you know, like some of the things that were brought up that are obviously in need of change. Those would be staff-recommended amendments. For those that are mayor or council-driven, those would be obviously
I'll bring those forward, but I'll put them.
We would look for you all to bring those up.
Right.
And then.
But I'll put them on the message board. If y'all don't know about the message board, we can talk about that later. But I'll put them on the message board so council knows what I'm proposing and the public will know what I'm proposing. Any of us can put our proposed amendments out there.
Right. So, and then in terms of some of the questions that were asked by the community, we will have an opportunity to include those answers into the packet as well. As far as the legal questions,
We
I will
can,
defer to our
legal,
city attorney.
we'll address that separately with council.
That's
We
fine.
can provide memos or a memo to the council on that.
Thank you.
Whoever knows best to answer it, that'd be great.
And Mayor, may I ask one thing of Mr. Pantaleon? I got a question from a member who served on the Comprehensive Plan Committee that if staff in the future packet could include a timeline documenting the substantive changes that would implement the comprehensive plan oversight recommendations. I can get with you for more clarity. It's from the same individual from earlier, but.
And I can share that with our
Okay.
planning staff as well.
Okay.
I'd like to see that too.
Okay.
Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Fasell.
just watching kind of how this all went down today and talking in the spirit of shortening meetings, people aren't too sure what they're walking into, which sparks citizen comment, and there's just some misunderstandings. When we do have an item up, and we're talking about anything within regards to hot type item, whether at the data center or something else, the more prepared we are, the better we can run our meetings. So just a general statement, because I know we're going to talk about other stuff, so.
Also, was there a slide that showed, that showed all of these, the updates? Because we saw this 6 months ago. It's been a while.
During the
But this
initial
came to
authorization.
us, and all of this stuff was in here. The changes were made by the Planning and Zoning Commission because they saw it without comment. Then it came back to them, they made some changes, and now it's coming to us. And so this was in our packet months ago, and it was in our packet simply for okay to move forward with these, and we said yes. And I didn't spend the time that I should have, that I did this weekend. So would have been better if I had, but I didn't. So what's up for discussion right now is postponement. Either of y'all have any comments on postponement? Mr. Gonzalez?
I do. So similar, I guess, to you, Mayor, I'm not against the postponement, but I did want to put out there that I did have amendment language to disallow use of data centers in business park zoning, and then also similar to the way we do purpose-built student housing, have the CUP applications requests for data centers in light industrial and heavy industrial come to council rather than P&Z.
There's several things in here that I think need to go some places that they're not scheduled to go.
Right. But yeah, I'm not, I mean, I guess my only concern with postponement is March 31st long enough to get all our questions answered and
That
to
was
get the communities.
My next question to
input.
Mr. Battalion, because we know that March 31st really means 10 days before that, the staff has to have all this together. And
I'm going to look to our department director for that
Okay.
answer.
I would certainly say that depending on the level of questions and the analysis that's needed might influence that. You know, at this point, it would be about 20 days on the calendar, which would be about, 15 working days or less for us to put that together. And then obviously to give you council time to work through that as well. So it could be maybe a meeting later.
fine.
I think that would give us more ample time as a staff to work through that.
100%. I appreciate the question being
Me
asked
as
to
well.
staff, because it's never my intent to not give y'all the amount of time to, thoroughly go through things. So correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but the next meeting subsequent.
April 7th,
the
it's only a
7th,
week later.
correct? Are y'all thinking the 7th or the 21st?
I would say probably, I'm looking at Andre, I think we can put staff together to get it. Really, the 21st might give the most time. And
let's do
again, I
that.
think
I'll
part of
amend
that
my
too is for
motion.
you all to have the time you need to
Yeah.
work through this extensive
Yeah.
document.
Let's do it.
Well,
You're not
and-
going to get any pushback on me on adding more
And
time.
actually, what we really need is we need this to come to us before the timing of a packet where we've only got 3 or 4 days to really work on it.
Of course.
So I would ask, and I'm going to ask you, your motion, because, I always have to ask postpone to when, but I
Yes,
was
ma'am.
kind of letting this play out. So it's till April 21st?
I was going to amend it to April 21st, but if there is a day, you just mentioned something, so I didn't know if you had a different thing in mind.
No, what I'm going to ask or suggest is we go on the 21st because we know we can be ready then. Ms. Garza, are you good with that on your second? That's when it's going to be on the agenda, and we're going to let the public know when it's going to be on the agenda. But if y'all get it done sooner and it's complete,
To share it.
get it to us, and I don't know how we can get it out on the website. It'd be like planning has done so many other things with the comp plan and other things. They get it out there on the website
We would upload
somehow.
it to the section of the
Y'all are-
website where it's
Y'all
there.
are really experienced at that, and you're really good at it. So anyway, that's something that I'm going to suggest. I'm not putting a deadline on that, but I'm just saying, when you're through with it, if it's March 31st to April 1st or something, if it were, or April 10th, whatever it is, get it out there for us.
Yes, ma'am. And I just wanted to get clarity. So we won't be making any edits to the development code as currently proposed, but we do have the amendments ready that were discussed on the message board. And so that we can put on the website so that it's very clear what those potential things could be. So I just want to make sure I understand what you mean by complete and what information you're wanting
Here's the
on the
deal. I
website.
would ask that any of the places where, I think I said, table 3.3 should have been 3.4, whatever.
Perfect,
Okay?
yes.
I would really like to see those in that chart, the one that's.
The justification table?
The justification table, and in the text. Just go ahead and mark that as if you had done that
As
in the
a
first place.
proposed
Yes.
staff, okay.
I don't want to have to look at the old stuff and then a whole list of all these other things, because right now, I'm working through 4 documents: the original, the updated, the justification list, and my questions and answers, and there's about to be more. So I'd kind of like to get as much in one place as possible, but again, that's only the ones that y'all have said, yep, that's a typo, we're going to fix it. The things that I'm suggesting be different, those are on me
Okay.
to prepare some amendments and get it out there on the message board.
My second question is just for full transparency. I heard that there might be some other potential amendments. I wanted to see if we could potentially discuss a deadline for those.
We need that.
Getting those so
I was
that.
going to get to that.
Okay,
yes.
great.
That's a great
Simply
idea.
because, Mayor and Council, as council proposes amendments, I'd also like to have our legal team look at that.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think there may be some implications there, as well as just allowing staff to review it, but also an opportunity to
Yeah.
get those up on the message board or some other
Can-
mechanism so that the community
Yeah.
is aware of those amendments as well.
Can we say next Monday would be our deadline?
Ooh. Mayor, I would actually like time to talk with people, and so if the staff are comfortable, I was thinking more so if we're gonna select the 21st as which is what we already are floating, 21st. How do y'all feel about us getting it by the 31st, which was the initial date? Is that
No,
gives us?
What we need is a deadline of what we're gonna be.
That's what I'm referring
give
to, Mayor.
them.
That's what I'm referring
That's-
to. The 31st. So that gives us from now until the 31st for me to meet with people if I need to. I think you had thrown out 10 days from now, is what you just said?
No, what I was saying is anything that we talk about, if we talk about April 21st, staff has to have it done 10 days before that, so it gets in the packet. That was the 10 days.
I understand, but I'm saying the question was sort of an accountability date for council to give you all the
Yep.
amendments.
Yes.
I'm saying, adding to the motion, that be the 31st of March.
Which would then give staff only 10 days.
Yeah, that's not giving staff very much time to work on it, but you can start working on the stuff you've already got.
Yeah.
Yes, that would give us 10, about 2 weeks before the
that-
packet is posted.
Yeah.
I will say we were able to write up an amendment today, so I feel pretty confident
That's
we can do it.
Okay.
So if you have them earlier, that would be great, but
Okay.
we can at least work on what we have now, and we'll be
Perfect.
prepared to receive those.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, if
Perfect.
you're like solid on some, just like send
Sooner the
them
better.
as you get them.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just for the public, that gives y'all that time to work with us. And then there was one more thing, Ms. Villalobos.
Okay, hold on that.
But she was asking for
So-
clarity.
Hold on. So if our deadline to staff is the 31st, please start talking to us sooner. Don't start on the 30th. Let's get this thing started like tomorrow, okay?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Villalobos, another thing was and I can get more clarity to Mr. Pantaleon, but that comprehensive plan, I need more clarity on what the ask is, but sort of, I think they wanted a timeline on whatever y'all talked about during the comprehensive plan as it relates to the land development code, sort of a timeline on implementation, but I can provide more clarity on that question so we can get something like that.
Yeah, perfect.
Is that okay? Okay. And I'll get that as soon as possible.
Okay.
Mayor, I had a question for staff, but would it be possible to open the message board for, I guess, the meeting on the 21st?
Yeah.
Like now, so that we can start putting
Yeah.
our proposed amendments, or where would be the best place to?
The other place to put them is to open up this item this time, so they're all in one place. So we could start putting them there. What do you want?
I think what we could do and what we've done in the past is just kind of create a special message board that's like we would do for the budget, you know,
Right.
where there's something, so it can be like
Make it
topic
special.
specific. And so I think that would probably be the best thing to not confuse, and so that way we can have everything related to
That's
this
fine.
particular item on that particular message board thread.
Yeah, but let's copy
I was about to say.
all of the stuff for
That's
this
already
one
been,
out there.
mhm.
Remember, I keep asking for that central place of where we can put stuff, so it'll be on the message board.
Yes,
In
ma'am.
2026, will be an item by itself with a date
For
of.
land development code
Okay.
changes.
Okey-doke. Yes,
Y'all
Joe?
good with
And Ms. Villalobos, is there a way that we could also cross-reference that and put a link on our website? Because a lot of people, when they do searches, go to our website and are not necessarily scouring the message board.
Well, it would be where she's talking about making this stuff
That's-
available.
right,
A
that's-
link to the message board from that
That's my-
location.
That's my ask.
Yes.
Yes, we can do that.
Okay,
Thank you.
so the motion that we're going to vote on is to postpone this item 10 to be considered by council on April 21st, and that council's deadline to get things to staff is going to be March 31st. And that's the motion.
Yep.
And I will again encourage those in the audience at home, people who are watching this later, please don't wait till the 30th to start talking to us. Okay.
Yeah.
I think we're ready to vote.
Okay, the motion passes 6-0 with Mr. Mendoza absent.
Okay. And now we're going to take a break.
And now I don't need to go to the restroom no more.
Well, we're going to take a break, and it is, I'm going to call it 10 o'clock. And let's be back at 10:05.
07. For the bid.
Thank you. If y'all could cease your conversation so we can start the meeting again. It is 10:09, and we are on item 11.
Discuss and consider appointments to the following city boards: A, Convention and Visitors Bureau Board, B, Parks and Recreation Board, and C, Senior Citizen Advisory Board.
Okay.
For CVB,
First for CVB,
I have Mr. DeStefano.
DeStefano.
There you go.
No. Yeah. Yes, we have one vacancy for a downtown business, and the Price Center is certainly a downtown business. So, any other nominees? If not, one for one, you can vote yes.
The motion passes 5-0.
All right. One down, two to go. Parks and Recreation Board, there is one vacancy, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Originally, we thought it was two, but it turned out not to be. Okay, council? And this requires everyone to be a resident, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Amy E. Olivetti is who I had.
Okay, you are putting that name in. Are there any others?
They had a good application.
But I super appreciate how thorough they were in the application. It's like, yes, tell me your life story.
Yes. Okay. I believe we have one for one, Ms. Trevino. I did see the lights are blinking, so I think we can vote.
The motion passes 6-0.
All righty. And next is the Senior Citizen Advisory Board. Requires residency, and it, and we have one.
I was gonna nominate Jonathan Bowen.
Let's see. Okay. The name of Jonathan Bowen has been put in nomination. Are there any others? If not, Ms. Trevino, we will vote.
No, I appreciate he has experience working in that with elderly folks.
Yes.
The motion passes 6-0.
Okey-doke. And item 12, if you will read that one, and then I'm going to suggest postponing it.
Discuss and consider appointments of the city council member to fill vacancies on the following council committees: A, Caseta San Marcos Committee, B, Whisper Development Committee.
Council, I'm going to make a motion to postpone. There's still some questions about how we've merged and we have changed the mission of a couple of committees, so we need to work that out if y'all are okay with that.
Second.
Thank you.
For the sake of conversation, I will step up for some boards if needed, or committee, excuse me, for the future.
So you're saying you'll volunteer before you're voluntold?
I would rather volunteer than be voluntold. that's for
Okay,
sure.
so this will come back to us with some more clarification. The next meeting, Ms. Trevino? March 31st? Okay. Postpone 3/31. All right. So the motion is to postpone. Whenever y'all get around to voting, it'd be great.
I didn't see a blinking mirror.
The motion passes 6-0.
All right. And now we're on to item 13.
Discuss and consider two appointments of the mayor or a city council member to the Community Partnership Committee with the San Marcos Consolidated Independent School District and Hays County, and identify discussion topics for the committee and provide direction to staff.
I'd like to nominate Mr. Paselk.
I'll second.
And
I'm nominating myself since
Mayor.
Okay.
it's been years.
I was going to
with
explain
this in
what this
limbo.
is, but.
Yes, please do, Mayor.
Y'all are.
Well, if you're gonna fight
Please
over it, you can have
explain
it.
it.
It's all good.
I've been fighting for it for 5 years, Josh.
I think, I think that I think we only met like twice, maybe 3 times.
Us? No, absolutely not. No, don't get me started. No, we did not meet at all. That has been one of my complaints.
We did meet once.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did. I was there. Well, I think it's before you got elected, maybe.
Well, okay, before I got elected, that's different, but when we brought it back, we did not meet, even though there was a lot of conversations that it would have.
We didn't actually bring it back because we didn't name the people and
We
didn't name
did,
topics.
we did name the people, man.
Semantics, you want to give us the information?
I'm just saying, we established the committee, we appointed people, and then we did nothing with it.
Clearly,
Because we
I should
didn't
be
have any
involved.
topics.
Because we never initially met, Mayor.
We didn't have an agenda.
Excuses, excuses. I've brought this up like 17,000 times, but whatever.
Okay,
Pero a todos se les olvida.
so
Everybody
we have
has-
we've got several people appointed. We've got Mr. Paselk. You're nominating Mr. Gonzalez, is that correct?
Just because I'm the new guy, I'll reboot my name. So if those two want to go at it for a little bit, go for it.
And you wanted to be on it? I assumed that you would want to be on it.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
nominate Ms. Garza.
Thank you.
Yes,
For
since
the record.
2021.
Okay, and I will volunteer just because I think it's probably a good idea for the mayor to be on here.
Mayor and Ms. Garza, 1 for 1, let's go. Or can there not be two? Is it or and?
Well, originally, we had two, because we had two from the school district and two from Hayes County. We could probably have three, and so could the school, but the county could not, so we didn't want to have more than what they had, because that would be a quorum of the county, because they only have 5 members of the Commissioners Court.
So it's and, not or?
Two each.
Two?
No, it's 2.
Two each.
Oh, okay, so both here.
But there's 4 nominees.
But we could have 3, just because the county can't have 3, like, that's not, who
Está bueno,
cares?
está bueno with 2.
I'm just saying, it could be 3. There's plenty of committees where the county only sends 2 and there's other folks, like MHCC, I'm just saying.
Direction, I don't.
I was gonna say, we've got.
We need to look at that one.
Bylaws, I think we need to have 2 and then decide, and the group would have to decide, because we do have bylaws. Okay, so where are we? Who's nominated? I volunteered.
Y'all too. He already took his name out.
No, I didn't.
He nominated Ms. Garza.
I'm nominating Ms. Garza because it was.
Yeah, her name's in play, yes.
I
nominated you.
Right.
Because you said you wanted to do it.
Our bylaws of the organization say we have 2. So if there's 3, I'm just trying to figure out how many names we're voting on. Mr. Paselk, are you still in?
I'm gonna nominate Mr. Patel.
I mean,
in addition.
whoever wants to make it happen. It
Okay,
just- it
so we've
doesn't
got
matter.
4 names in.
Yeah, I'm ready. Send me in.
So
Put me
you
in,
will
coach.
give Ms. Trevino 2 names.
2 names, okay. I'm gonna start with Ms. Rodriguez.
2 or 3?
2.
Ay, Dios. Okay, the mayor and Ms. Garza.
Okay. Mr. Paso.
The mayor and Ms. Garza.
Ms. Garza.
Myself and Lorenzo.
Okay, thank you. And Mayor Houston?
Myself and Ms. Garza.
I was already on it.
Mr. Scott?
Hi, here. Alyssa Garza and Mr. Gonzalez.
Okay, and Mr. Gonzalez?
Myself and Ms. Garza.
Okay, give me a moment, because, okay, 1, 2,
I have the thread.
yeah, 1, 2,
I'm not crazy.
3.
I'm sorry, who did you?
Myself and Alyssa.
I'm sorry, I put a check in the wrong place.
Yeah, same here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have Ms. Garza. 1, 2, 3. Ooh, there's a tie between Mr. Gonzalez and you, Mayor.
All right, then we need to go around the table again. Fortunately, I've got another colored pen. It's a runoff.
Oh, What a night for a runoff.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry. Mr. Paselk?
Oh, man. Lorenzo, I'll vote for you, man. I got you.
Ms.
I got you,
Garza?
buddy.
Sorry.
Myself and Lorenzo.
Oh, you're only voting for one. It's me or Lorenzo.
Mayor Houston?
So you're voting for Lorenzo? Wait a minute.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Mayor Houston?
I'm going to vote for myself because I think the mayor should be on it.
Mr. Scott?
Lorenzo.
Mr. Gonzalez?
Myself.
And Ms. Rodriguez?
Mayor.
Okay, it is Mr. Gonzalez. 2, 3, 4 to 2.
Okay, then we are now to item 14.
Mayor, are we going to discuss identified discussion topics? or is
Oh,
that-
you're right. Thank you. So, what are the discussion topics y'all are going to take? Or we can put this on our next agenda if you need time to think about it.
Yeah, I think we just put on the next agenda. I know the city manager's report has a lot of, is it the city manager's report where y'all update us on y'all's like, kind of like tri-governmental meetings?
No, that's an email.
No,
Oh,
we
what's
do.
the
we-
emails of it all, whatever.
Yes, we do provide an update
yeah.
about all of our
So
topics.
maybe that'll trigger something. I don't know. It's just not something I'm prepared to talk about at 10:20 right now.
But I would suggest at this point that we let the other two entities know that we are asking to fire this up again, and see who they are going to send, and
Right.
ask them to bring forth topics.
Okay.
Right. Did y'all already do that? Or no?
No.
Okay.
No, we're waiting for this. Okay, so topics will be back on the 31st agenda?
Sure, yes, ma'am.
Okay. On to item 14.
Hold a discussion to amend section 2.045, citizen comment period, public hearings and question and answer session with the press and public, subsection E, to change the time speakers have to speak from 3 minutes to 1 minute.
Okay. I will, looking for my folder, but just so people know, I put this on the agenda my own self. No other council member had to agree to it, so people who are saying, how dare you even think about it? I'm the one that did it. They did not. And it is not in any way retaliation for the last meeting. This has been on my list to bring forward for months, I think, Ms. Trevino? And the question was, when was the best time to bring it up? There probably wasn't any best time. So, anyway. Oh. So let me make some clarifications and a couple of changes. I am not suggesting removal of citizen comment, although hearing some people talk about it, you would think that I was doing that. I am not. And due to what Mr. Levinsky talked about at Austin, I'm going to ask that it be changed from 1 to 2, because clearly 1's not going to work. But when all of my council and planning and zoning commission services added together, it's 25 years I have sat up here and I've been listening to citizen comment. And guess what I was doing when I wasn't sitting up here? If I was mad at council, I was over there giving them heck about something. So I've got experience on that side too. I have stated in public before that I believe that someone can say, I'm for or against item, whatever it is, and give a few points in 1 minute and certainly in 2. If you've got 3 minutes of content and there's facts and there's figures and what has happened in other cities and that kind of thing, I would like an email, because I'm up here trying to write all this stuff down. I may get it wrong. So if there's that kind of detail, I would love to have that in an email. You can still certainly come in and speak. I'm not saying do that instead of, but I'm saying in addition to, because that would be very helpful to let us know. And I would say I send it to a whole council. And if you're going to send us an email message, I would suggest before 5 o'clock on Friday before, because most folks up here are employed, and weekends are really the time, I know when I was still working, that's the time that I had to digest things. 2 o'clock on Tuesday, probably not going to get the attention that you want it to have. What I'm looking for is to get speakers to speak earlier in the evening. As Ms. Rodriguez has talked about, we've all talked about it, y'all have lives, families, work, you've got things to do. By limiting the time to speak, most people would get to speak earlier in the evening. If you're person number 100 on the list at 3 minutes, you're going to speak after 11 o'clock. If it was 1 minute, you would speak before 8. That's a huge difference. So at 2 minutes, 9:30. By shortening the time, that means that council can discuss and vote on an item earlier in the evening, which is probably better than doing it at midnight. About citizen comment, there's been 2 major discussions about citizen comment in the past 10 years or so. House Bill 2840, passed in 2019, codified citizen comment at each meeting. The city of San Marcos had been doing this since the 80s, so it wasn't a new requirement for us. But it was a new law, and there's always things that you're unsure about. Did we need to require people to wait until that item came up in order to speak on it? And we decided, no, we would keep the citizen comment the way it's been working. So if someone wanted to come in, say what they wanted to do at 6 or whenever their turn was up on item, 47 or whatever, they could do that. And if they wanted to stay, you're perfectly welcome to do so. But some people want to go home, help their kids with their homework, fix dinner for the family, whatever. So that's what we decided to do. And then there was another change, which really didn't change anything, is a couple of years ago, I asked to remove 30 minutes. Someone mentioned earlier, this used to be called the 30-minute citizen comment, which meant at the end of 30 minutes, we were done. But you know what happened is when there were more than 10 people signed up, the mayors before me would say, council, do we want to hear everybody? And the answer was always yes. And so I said, well, let's just stop this farce of saying 30 minutes and people thinking, oh, I'm not going to sign up because I might not get to speak. But the other thing is the clerk's office. For everybody number 11 on up, they had to say, we're not sure if you're going to get to speak because they only do 30 minutes. That's what it says. And then people were really unsure. So by removing the 30-minute, just doing what we've been doing anyway, everybody knows you're going to get to speak. We can't guarantee a time, but everybody got to speak. And I personally would never, ever vote to say it's only going to be X number of speakers or it's only going to be Y number of minutes. I certainly wouldn't do that. So that was my idea, and we removed the 30-minute limit, not only for city council, but all boards and commissions. So don't think that I'm trying to keep people from speaking, not at all. There was a post saying that we had changed our rules after the last meeting, that we're now requiring people to sign up. That's not correct. I think someone may have confused citizen comment, where you do need to sign up, with public hearing, where we ask you to sign up. You can go ahead and sign up, when you're signed up for citizen comment. That at least gives us a correct spelling of your name and an idea of how many people are going to speak. But by law, I do need to allow everyone else who's here who wishes to speak. So that's a difference in citizen comment and public hearing. So I just wanted to address that. So because of the case in Austin, I would suggest 2 minutes. That's where I am. And that's where I will stay. As I tell people, I have been outvoted in public and on television more than once. And if it happens tonight, that's fine. We won't actually be voting. This is on for discussion, but I will have to go around the table to find out if anybody wants to move this further, because it would mean a change in our ordinance, which means there would be 2 readings on that. So if y'all want to tell me this is ridiculous and you're totally against it, that's fine. And I'll record that and we can go home early.
Right.
Ms. Garza, then Ms. Rodriguez.
Yeah, I have big thoughts about this. We've discussed meeting procedures and decorum and whether folks can still participate via Zoom or not. I've only been in office since 2020, and I have always found like that my position really doesn't change. I think that we should give our neighbors every opportunity to engage with us. Well, I echo the concerns of a lot of the folks who spoke today as to why 3 minutes is sufficient and anything less would be a barrier to participation. So I do not support 2 minutes. I do want to name that I think I share similar sentiments to a lot of my colleagues when we talk about there does have to be some sort of change. Because we can't be having important city business like the strategic plan at 1 a.m, like those conversations. But I think we can get creative. We could explore special meetings and other options. But no, I don't support the shift to 2 minutes.
And I would not be opposed to special meetings by topic.
Right.
I would not be opposed to that, just getting that out there.
Yeah. My issue is I don't mind hearing people's commentary. I don't care if it's redundant. I don't care if people, are repetitive or, I like stories. I think it's important to hear all of that information. But I did want to address one more thing. The comment of also like reducing it to like a cap of certain speakers or a certain time frame. Just want to name I don't support that either. I think different people have different access to resources and abilities to organize. I know organizing on the whim is like very stressful, very emotionally laborious, also like time consuming. And I think it would put more of a burden on our neighbors who are already doing a lot to self-organize. To have to do that further, to be like pick and choose who's going to say what perspective or who's going to be like the voice of the group. I just thought that's too much. So I'll let others share.
Thank you, Ms. Garza. I appreciate you taking the time to echo sort of your agreeance with everything that's been said today, because same. Mayor, I won't talk about the contents of our discussion because it was behind closed doors, but for the public's knowledge, I have a lot of respect for you and working with you, and I've told you that. I feel like I'm learning a lot in this role. One of the reasons I asked you to have a conversation is because given and you touched on it, given the efforts that you've taken throughout your career on expanding the access to participation, when I saw this on the agenda, and of course when I got all the calls, it was an incredible surprise to me, and so I wanted to hear before I made assumptions on what your rationale was. And I know you know that I fundamentally disagree, and I made that clear, with any cut of the time. And I do think that Mr. Levinsky said that the thing they got sued for was 3 to 2 minutes. And I know you're proposing 2.
They tried 3 to 1, and Mr.
maybe
Levinsky still here?
I heard 3 to 2. So I can get clarity. I know this is an item for
They wanted to go to 1, and the 1 got them in trouble, and they ended up with 2, is what I understood.
And also, if
I
I'm
can
not
get
mistaken,
clarity.
part of
Once-
the issue was
once-
also that
okay,
they were.
semantics of it,
Second,
we
Mr.
can
Gonzalez.
figure that out later. Anyway, because I told you too, I wasn't interested in 2 minutes either. But there was something in that discussion that I think we both really agreed on. And that is, to Ms. Garza's point, our brains do not fire the same when it's late in the hours. I'll just be frank. I mean, emotions get higher. It's not productive conversation. It's not healthy for staff. It's not healthy for us. It's not healthy for y'all, right? Like, y'all have to drive home. It's late. That's just not healthy for anybody or safe. And so I think when I listened to you and I understood the crux of the argument was not, sure you may have, we may have differences on how we get there, but the crux of the argument was to address that issue. And I do share that interest. And I told you at that time, and so for the public watching, I am so willing to sit down with you to craft a policy that addresses that, so we don't have to do that. And creating parameters and barriers on what that looks like, I'm with that. But I don't think that the vehicle that currently exists through this item is going to accomplish the intended goal.
Right.
And so I will commit.
I'm open to other comments.
Yes,
other
and I
ideas.
will commit to you to dedicate time to working on how we as a body can address this. But I would just really ask, given the time, it's late, I know we all want to go home. If there's not sufficient interest in this, and there is sufficient interest on crafting a policy to address that issue, I would really ask that y'all do not vote, or I know we're not voting, but in a verbal, do not give a verbal affirmative to move forward with this, and let's give a verbal affirmative to move forward with some sort of policy.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and my-
Hold on a second. Mr. Gonzalez wanted to say something, but I need to ask the attorney something. Is it okay for us to talk about alternatives when clearly the idea is to allow people to speak, but that we're not making decisions at midnight and 1 a.m. and other things? Can we talk about that
Yes, I think,
to achieve the same goal?
right, it's something that reasonably flows from the, I'm sorry, what?
The way that this is worded, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Here's the thing, you'd have to come back at a future agenda to talk about those options, so it's not like you're selecting that option tonight. What you're saying
Right.
is, in response to this, we'd
We're-
like to take a different approach that would come back again for discussion.
We're kicking
Yeah.
around
That's
ideas.
okay.
Oh,
It's
and-
it's a future agenda item, is what you're essentially doing.
Yes.
Also, let
Not
me
getting
make
into the full merits of the
Yeah,
whole
let me make
idea.
something real clear. I said it, and I'm going to say it again. This is the section of the code that talks about these three, but I am only suggesting that citizen comment be less than 3. I'm not suggesting we change public hearings or question and answer, just so the audience knows that. So, anyway, okay, back to.
So I appreciate the clarity, because when I mentioned, let's work, I did not mean tonight.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this has been 2 or 3 straight meetings of us being, and I get that's a job, and I'm willing to do it. But for this, it just, so
Yeah,
I'm.
what you're
yeah,
really
I
doing
can
is,
work with
you all have
somebody-
suggested a future agenda
Yeah.
item to go into alternatives,
Exactly.
Yes.
solutions.
There's so many different ones. I went down the rabbit hole, so.
Okay, so you are okay with a future discussion on, somebody's gonna have to come up with a name for it, but you're good with that?
Yes, absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
We gotta figure this out, just not this way.
Other options, I've got Ms. Rodriguez down for that. With staying at 3. Okay. Mr. Gonzalez?
Yes, to that. So,
Okay.
I guess to discussing other options too, I guess reducing the amount of time we spend and reducing the number of meetings that go into tomorrow.
But you want to stay at 3? Per person, or unknown at this time?
I guess unknown at this time. I do kind of want to say that, so one of the speakers earlier today made a comment about how, as members of this dais, we have access to things like press releases in the media that they don't. So I do want to go on record and say whatever time limit we put on the public, we should also impose upon ourselves. So the 15 to 20-minute soliloquies that some of my colleagues like to give kind of also extend how long we are here every night.
Okay, anything else?
That's it for now.
All righty. And Mr. Scott, you turn your microphone on, please, sir.
Mr. Rodriguez on this.
Okay, so you are keeping it at 3, and let's see what else we can come up with?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm for that. Mr. Purcell?
I'm overall just interested in best practices, just in running a meeting in general, and there's 2 parts of this. There's the public-facing portion of this, and there's how we hold and conduct ourselves on the dais, so I'm so tired I can barely figure it out. I'm kidding, I'm not tired. Yeah, let's see what other options we have down the road. I won't commit it to anything tonight, but 2:30's rough, So
Yeah.
if there's a way that we can help out and not, we need citizen comment. Yeah. So,
Yeah, And I've got some tips for how to be effective at citizen comment and not look like a goober that I wrote years ago whenever I was on that side and my friends were on that side. We were talking about how to best be effective at citizen comment. So if anybody, I got some ideas on that. Okay, so this will come back.
I like goobers.
I used to date a guy that talked about people being goobers, and that's about the time I wrote it. Mr. Gary, do you have an idea for what the wording would be, or is somebody going to come up with some kind of wording for this, Ms. Reyes?
I don't have the
Okay.
exact wording, but we'll come up, let
We
me
know where
say,
we're
what I
going.
understand is the comment, how can meeting times be reduced, generally
time.
speaking? And so I think, and I'm hearing some comments here that it's not just focusing on
Yep.
citizen comments, but it's also possible rules for council on the dais, is what I'm hearing from a
Mine
couple
was
of
not
folks.
to include that latter part.
One thing about
It
me
was
is I'm
to
gonna
include
pop
the
off,
former
so.
part.
Well, I
So,
don't know. Those are
I
some
don't know
comments
what
I've
we're
heard,
getting
so-
consensus on, but that
I was the one who brought in the.
People say they're interested in that.
Yeah, I mean, to me, if you run a good meeting, it's efficient on all points. I'm not trying to limit anybody's speech here. Okay. There's nothing wrong in to looking
Well,
to
no,
run
I'm just saying,
an
if you want to talk for
efficient
20
meeting.
minutes, they should be able to talk for 20 minutes too.
So
So whatever limit we put, we should also impose on ourselves, is all I'm
Well,
saying.
and what I've heard is I've heard two council members what it takes to get on a future agenda item. So I think the wording would be that generically talking about ways to reduce meeting times, generally speaking, and
And leave it
everything would
open
be
for
on the
us to-
table for the
Yeah,
council.
I'm not subscribing to any specific magazine here. It's just like, look, if we're gonna talk about efficiencies and we wanna do a good job with our job, on our end, and vice versa, and serve the public to the best of our ability, then there's no harm in looking at it. And if everybody up here is like, no, it's not gonna work, then we go, okay, it doesn't work, let's figure it out.
Right, just, it takes four to move
Conversation.
any idea forward.
Yeah,
and
I
if there's
also
not-
think it's very important that council members have that voice too, so I'm not trying to hold anybody back, but, you know,
I have
efficiency.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
So when I was doing research for this, I found a lot of cities have like, kind of like a little guide that, I know we have things listed in the charter, right, where that section kind of outlines stuff, but there's some other cities that have things that are like, let me see. It's kind of like, yeah, city council rules and procedures, and it's like all of that stuff. You know what I'm talking about?
We've talked about a whole lot of different things, and it's been hard to.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, I think.
The limiting our discussion
Yes.
has come up before, but it has not
Right.
been successful.
Right, no, I'm just saying like that part is part of that. My question was, do we have a document like that? It's almost like if a constituent wanted to understand what's a special hearing, like what's a public hearing, you know what I mean? Like.
Right, we
we've
only
had
have the
several-
ordinance, we
no.
have the ordinance, which
We-
outlines those rules, but that's what
We've
we
had
have.
multiple policies over the years, and they kind of get lost because they're a policy and they're not a resolution, they get lost in the ether.
A self-governance
There's
policy
been governance
separate.
policies
Yeah.
that council's
separately.
done in terms of how many times you
There's
speak.
multiple.
and-
So
Yep.
this discussion can address, and again, because we're,
Right.
Let's see
based
if
on
we
the way our
have four
agenda,
people
it
that
could be
even
a
wanna talk
future
about that.
discussion
Right.
item to include.
Okay, I'll bring it up, but it's like citizens' comments, appearance requests, processes, and procedures.
Yep.
Because folks were confused even.
Which we do have
on
it
the
by
road.
ordinance, so I don't know what.
But not easy to read, info snack
But-
digestible,
Well,
right?
that's
However,
separate from, that's just something you put out as a city for
Exactly.
convenience.
That was my question.
That's
If
not
you've
a legal
got-
issue as much as
Okay.
Yeah,
something
if
we
you've
can
got
do to put out.
Suggestions, this will come back on March 31st. If you've got
Perfect.
suggestions, if you would put them on the message board so we can see them on the weekend, be fantastic. Because I'm
Cool.
always up for, somebody else has found something that works, well, let's just, it's tried and true. We can certainly consider that.
Yeah,
Anything else? Ms. Trevino, item 15.
Sorry, Mayor. The city council will convene an executive session pursuant to section 551.086, confidential utility competitive matters of the Texas Government Code to deliberate regarding and consider approval of an amendment to the wholesale power agreement with the Lower Colorado River Authority.
And as always, this was posted on our 3 o'clock work session agenda. We did have that discussion then. We concluded it. We do not need to go into executive session now. So moving on to item 16.
Consider action by motion to provide direction to staff as necessary related to the city council's executive session deliberation under section 551.086 of the Texas Government Code Confidential Utility Competitive Matters to deliberate regarding and consider approval of an amendment to the wholesale power agreement with Lower Colorado River Authority.
We had that discussion and we provided direction to staff. So now we're on to question and answer session with the press and public. And I've got 8 people signed up. Some are, would be online. The first one is Gina Fleming. The way we do Q&A, if you have not been here before, is you've got 3 minutes to ask your questions. We don't go back and forth because we don't want to eat into your 3 minutes. So you've got 3 minutes. If it's a factual question, we can just answer here and now, we will. Often these are asking for more information, and it's either going to have to come from staff or us, and so the responses will be emailed. Gina Fleming, you're good? Okay. Is Kaylee Champagne here? Abigail Lindsay, she was online earlier. Is she still online, Ms. Trina? She's declining, okay. Erica Klodnicki, I don't think she made it here this evening. Maxfield Baker, is he still online? Okay, Maxfield Baker, it is now your turn.
Yes, I appreciated the conversation earlier about CDBG funding. Always really great to see how that money is put to work. I was curious if in y'all's future discussion, you could plan to bring up the ability of CDBG to support tenants' rights and the sort of tenants' bill of rights that has been continued to stay on the visioning session or the strategic initiatives, hopefully, for council. A lot of the tenants' bill of rights stuff focuses on health and safety, but to some points Ms. Garza was making and others about, not getting evicted and staying in your home and this paying down utilities. I've met with, through the Civics Club, we've met with members from BR3T to talk about that kind of junction between the county court and the evictions process and the funding. And one of the issues that came up was people being evicted for not paying a non-rent fee. And this is really specific language that's outlined in your lease. And so I know there are conversations by Greg Carr and other city staff. I'm curious if the Workforce Housing Commission could consider looking at that in relation to the Tenants' Bill of Rights and use CDBG funds to support those efforts. My other question is, as a proud graduate of university, I'm a little frustrated to hear that some of the suggestions we gave about, utilizing documents for community outreach and doing some videos about teaching people how to engage with City Hall really didn't seem to go anywhere. I'm hearing you all say tonight we need to work on this issue, and my civics club has been over here for, we're in our 3rd year. We have a document that outlines all of these things. I made this when I was on city council and tried to get support then to push this forward. And we still have this document. We still are focused on trying to teach people. And again, we have now dedicated a whole event called Speak Up that's going to be on April the 4th from 2 to 6 p.m. at Eddie Durham Park, focused on this. And so can we expect, I guess this is a kind of a existential question for staff, so I probably don't expect an answer, but why is it that some feedback that seems so relevant to these issues doesn't seem to get implemented for 2 or 3 years down the line? And it's one of those things where community members, our feedback is clearly valuable, but it takes so long for it to work through this process. And then we end up at this huge inflection point where it's costing us time and resources and money. And we're all sitting over here feeling like we've been gaslit because the things we teed up that are seemingly solutions to issues we're facing now were ignored several years ago. And it discourages us from participating in that process all along the way. And so I again, maybe don't expect an answer to that one, but the first one about CDBG, it'd be really cool to hear if Workforce Housing could pick that up and what y'all plan to do with that.
Okay, one correction, the Workforce Housing is a council committee, not a commission, just for the audience. Yeah, Mr. Baker knows he misspoke on that. Ms. Reyes, can somebody look at CDBG use as Mr. Baker was inquiring and let us all know? Because I'm not sure how that would work with CDBG money.
Sure, I can ask the CDBG staff to look into that, and certainly any support would rely on an application for those funds, and they would have to meet all the federal requirements, but certainly I can talk to Carol Griffith on our staff
Yeah.
to see how that would qualify and
Thank
get
you.
Mr. Baker an answer on that.
Okay.
And Mayor, on the first one,
Yeah.
as a newer member on the committee, I'm interested, but we haven't met.
Workforce housing?
I'm interested in having that discussion, but
I think y'all need to have a meeting.
you're not on that?
Never have been. Nope. So, and then, Ms. Reyes, we will leave the question about university. Ms. Reyes, we'll leave the question about university with you and the recommendations that had come from prior that Mr. Baker was talking about. Okay. Jessica Moreno, is she here? I don't see her online. She might be here, maybe not. Okay, so she's not here. Zachary Tyndall. No.
No.
Only for public hearings, and that's because the state law requires it.
Okay, so I do have an actual question, but is it okay if I put forth a comment?
got 3
opinion?
minutes.
All right. Concerning the suggestion of limiting council members' time, the same way that the community's time is limited, I'm personally not a big fan of that. I think it's against the spirit of what y'all are talking about. Like, the whole point is to give y'all the time and the energy to like have a thorough discussion, so to limit y'all's time to discuss it is counterproductive, I think. For my actual question, though, I just wanted to clarify the dates for what was item 10 tonight. So you council members want feedback from the community before March 31st, and the meeting about it will be April 21st. And my other question is my real question is, when will the public have access to those, to like the updates based on all of that feedback?
It's when they have it done. The requirement is going to be approximately 10 days before the 21st, so it gets in the packet. But remember, I asked them if they had it done even before that it go out on the website. And, but when they will finish, I don't know, but the sooner we get the information from y'all, the better.
Okay, could it
Yes,
be as
ma'am.
late as the Thursday before April 21st?
No.
Okay.
We have to have it by the 31st to staff. So that means we need to have it from you, and if we need to stop and digest and have a dialogue with you to totally understand it, that's why I said, don't wait till the 30th, please, to get it to us so that we can meet that 31st deadline. Yeah, tomorrow would be okay.
And then the whole, cut me off if I need, but the whole sharing with the public, I get the website, but could we also have social, or our communications post on social?
Generally, what we do is if we're getting something out to the community, then communications will be involved.
Okay.
Is that
So we would
fair
follow
to
that.
say, Ms.
Just wanted,
Reyes?
yeah.
Yes, I think with everything we put out there, it's usually.
That's practice, okay.
If we're putting some out there for the public, they are generally out there putting information out. I mean, that's just standard. Yeah. Yeah. Are we good? Okay. Is Gloria, I don't see Gloria Quinn. She, not in the lobby. Okay. So, Q&A with press and public. There being no further business on our agenda, I'm going to adjourn us at 10:53, before 11.